They never came south. That's what I'm telling you.
So
It just happened. 14th century was the first time the
so
Kush fell.
colonization is not conquest. It's not conquest. It's not conquest.
To Niger, listen, Russian, what you have to understand, every kingdom was not existing at the same time. Some were created later. So you cannot just say Libya. First of all, if you want to say history, let's all know when Libya was founded. When Benghazi people actually came to Libya, then you would not start arguing history. When you say 2 BC, 3 BC, are you sure Libya was resistant in 2
because
BC?
there were writings. That's you see where you're going. So you don't.
No. Hold on now. Hold on now. Wait. You said there were writings.
All right, go on.
Hold on. The first of the 3 people in the Axis in the beginning of the Christ time was Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia, which are Abyssinia. Then later on, at the time of the Roman Greek time, we have Carthage. The Carthage, they call it somebody help me out. It was Carthage, is their country. Carthage. Yeah. The fall of Carthage led to opening of other kingdom there in Africa. So let's put it on the right perspective. Don't just tell me this. Yeah, different time, different time, different era. Egypt came, Libya came later. Libya was not there by the time Sudan, Egypt, and Abyssinia were there at the time of pharaohs. So let's not get it wrong, get it twisted.
And the Nubian, the Kushite kingdom fell.
Apologies to Nigeria. Let me bail and hand over to you. So I'll bail and hand over to you, and then I'll substitute myself with Mike. So thank you everyone, and especially thank you for Czech in effect, who was our guest for today.
One man before you leave, that Czech of a guy is the name Czech. Does that mean that I don't know. Is it Czech as in Czech, or I mean, like Czech as in country?
No, it's Czech as a country, but I think it's just a
name. Yeah, that was a big guy, you know. He has a big channel.
He has nearly 400,000 followers.
Yeah.
His videos get on average 100,000 hits. It's a big guy.
Yeah, man, you are really going up in the world.
What do you mean I'm going? When was I never up in the world? But, our next guest will be you.
Oh man.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Let's agree that the Black African continent was not conquered till the 14th century. That's when the Kushite kingdom fell for the Arabs. So that my point is that our history is not without honor. That is not that simple. We didn't just roll over overnight. Something that when they came into West Africa, that was around 15th or so century. That's when the first time we encountered them. And yes, we were not conversant with the world outside before that time because we were being protected. But we fell. The Songhai Empire fell. The Nubian, which is the Kushite kingdom, fell before we fell. And we never left the continent. Before then, we never really left the continent. So when we start thinking that these people have been conquering us forever and all that, I don't think it's necessarily accurate because the history suggests that we held out for a long time, even more than most of the North Africans did. So even when they encountered us, they lost.
That's not even true that we never left the continent because all the continent were one before everything started to split apart. So even the history you're talking about is not so much legit. The whole continent was one.
I'm sorry, I was just referring to our genetic lineage, our group.
No. Listen, even the astrophysics, this guy, what is his name? Neil, is it
deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, he even spoke about it. So that's why you will see like some dark people. They're on different type of continent. So like if you look Australia, for example, there was even a claim that because especially the black men, we like to walk around a lot to go different places. You can even say like they were saying even part of America, it looks like the blacks were settled there before. And when continents started to split apart, that's when you start having like the Americans, you start having the Africa. And if you look at the African map today as well, it's already starting to split into two. So meaning maybe by the time, maybe in the next 50 years, now currently we have like 7 continents. We're probably gonna have like 8 continents.
Oh my God, are you serious? That's not gonna happen in the next 1 million years. Jesus Christ! You see, this is why I don't like that documentary. People are getting it wrong.
No, look at your map. Just look at your map. It's already splitting into.
Are you talking about seismically? Or?
Yeah, he's talking about seismic shifts.
Yes, it might take 1 million years, but it is already taking place. There are some places in Kenya, straight down to.
But the same thing is true in America. I don't know why they were publishing this.
I know they are publishing it. But because we are not advanced then, probably because we have technology and we are taking record. But that's not my question. Ogbeni, are you there, Mr. Ogbeni?
Yes, I'm there. Oh, please.
Please, please. Do you know more about Obama, Barack Obama?
Yes.
Have you read his book?
Yeah, I've read some of his books.
Yeah, I put it here before that Barack Obama is related to the Bush. Is related to the Buckingham Palace.
I've confirmed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then again,
you would have put it to say that he has a lineage connection with the Windsor family. You see, the royal family you have now in the British family, they are originally called Windsor. So there's a connection he has with Windsor family through his maternal part.
Yeah. Then again, I want to go.
Let me say this. I mean, Obama's mom is Jewish now. What are you people talking about?
Is she Jewish? I didn't know that one. Where did he get that?
Hold on.
The thing is, Jewish is not ethnicity. You guys should understand.
Oh God,
Jewish is not ethnicity.
What are you?
Wait, hold on.
We are just mangling the conversation now. Let's not make this about.
Wait. We know about Jews.
I mean, sometimes we just confuse ourselves.
I know you're that. That would be on that particular topic. I'm for you because I've said it before. This kind of. But let me go to the point again. I don't know if you have read about.
If it's related to the king, it has nothing to do. Even if.
Wait, hold on. So please, before I forget.
They don't see him. He's still a black man, so nobody recognizes. Even if you read the book and it says he has a part of white lineage, he has nothing to do with that. He's still a black man. So I don't understand how that has to do with this topic.
That is
background.
That's actually mixed race.
What background? What does that make him?
His connection. Actually help him among the elite in America.
No, that's not true.
Obama was never raised a poor kid. Sure, you guys know.
Never.
All those things they
Yeah. Nobody said he was raised a poor kid. Nobody said that. But I'm just saying that just because his lineage is related to the king of British United Kingdom has something with the way he get ahead in life. It has nothing to do with that. It really does. If you're mixed, that's the thing. See, that's what the lady was trying to tell you guys, and I think we spoke about this. See, the bottom of the chain, is the black flag. So if you're mixed, they still see you as black, but you're above us that we're 100% black. So if he was able to get ahead in life and become the president, that's because they're not so much scared of him compared to me as a black guy. They're not as scared of him compared like that. The thing is that the lady was trying to say, the thing is, it's hard for us to understand because first of all, if you're born African, you're already blinded with 2 things: slavery, you know nothing about it, and second, colonization. So you have 2 problems dealing with us already, and a lot of us, we especially if you grew up there, you have no idea. Like everything you will be saying, because I listened to everything everybody was saying. It was more like you're already blind. You're blind. Like you can't get it, and it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. But the kid that you have because you're so blind is going to
and dude, you're not right. You're not blind, right? You are the only one that sees, right?
Well, and I will say
Obama's mother is not Jewish. I don't know where people got that one from too.
Let me tell you how I'm not blind.
He's not.
Let me tell you why I'm not blind. I'm not blind to the fact that I'm not
blind. You want to go blind?
See,
you're so funny.
Just listen. Okay, yeah, I'm funny, but I can hear how you will say someone is trying to give you a different perspective, but you're not seeing that perspective. I can be in those people's shoe. I can fit in their shoe because I've seen the other side. I've read about it. I've lived the life, so I know what's going on. You don't see the other side. When they're trying to explain it to you, you don't get it. Why do you think most of Africans ran here? The only difference between me and most of you guys will be the fact that I didn't come here by myself. They had to bring me here. If I was brought here when I was adult, I'll probably be saying the same thing as you guys. I didn't see it like you guys because I wasn't. And it was more like I had to learn, I have to fit in, I have to see things in different perspective. That's the only difference. And when people were telling you this is how someone feel, you shouldn't challenge it. Every one of us that came from Africa, it's just because they needed us. It's just because they need you to do the job that other people, their people won't do. That's the only reason why a lot of us were here. You think they really wanted you? You really think they really wanted you? No, they don't. That's why the people that are coming in, they will let them come in because they know a lot of people already that were living here. They won't do the job that those people want to do. Like it's just like another type of slavery that we guys don't know. Like they did what's the thing that makes people come from not just Africa, other countries? The lottery. You think that lottery is that's another type of slavery for you guys. We just didn't know. That's why a lot of us cannot sit in our country and fix it. And when we talk about it, that okay, let's go back and do this thing. A lot of you guys just thought you would talk. But when you go back there, you can't do anything. We don't learn about ourselves. All we learn is memorize, and it has nothing to do with life. We can't create anything. And now we're blaming people that they're already. I mean, why would you want them? People that were forcefully brought here. We should be the people that actually tell them that we want them back. But your king, they don't know the history, and a lot of us, we're already blind. We don't know our history either. So it's more like we just follow. Like we have a lot. Man, you always
please, please let me come in. I know I'm not on this part. I know this part is very touchy, but there's a thing I want to talk about since that Wama kept me at the back. This thing about this Bush and Columbus stuff. Again, I hope I'm going to stay there. If you have read Columbus archives or memo or journey to America, you would understand Africa route play a lot of the great role. Without the discovery of the equatorial whatever in Africa, there was no way they would have found America. The French and the British was controlling the I think the Red Sea to Indian, while the Arabs were controlling the Mediterranean Sea, because the Portuguese has no choice of trade routes because of the heavy tax. That led the first guy. What's his name? This guy, I don't know. The first guy that made that sea around Africa, because anytime they get to the equatorial section, it's very hot. They always go back. And when the guy made the sea route, he now found out that you can actually sail around the world if you can sail around Africa. That's how they found the route to America. There's 3 current waves to the world from Africa, that West African coast. One to South America, second one to the Caribbean, and the third one to the Mediterranean. When in Columbus' book, he wrote the first time Columbus got lost because East African navigators were not with him. He founded himself in India. On his book, he wrote it there. Then when he sailed again with his navigators, when he landed, first time he landed in South America, not America, US, not South America, South America, where the Incan people, he met the Incan people, or something like the people of Mexican. That's why he was calling them Red Indian. He thought he was in Indian again. He called Red Indian. Meanwhile, there people already arrived before in Panama Aziz and Guatemala Aziz. Then when he made on that say the third time, he arrived in West Indies. He met black people. Why is it called West Indies?
But Indians.
Huh?
Because he thought they were Indians.
Yes, because they were black. He called them West Indians. When he met the Red Indians, he called them, because the Inca people, they used this, if you watch Inca movies, they rub themselves with white and red or whatever, their ritual, whatever. He called them, and their skin, they're brown or whatever. He called them Red Indians. But when he arrived in West Indies, he called them West Indies.
Yes, there are dark people in that area that are not necessarily us, like the Melanesians and all those other groups. So that's why you call them black, but not necessarily the Nigerian blacks.
Yeah, just like the Aboriginal Australians, the black over there. How did they get there? The British met them there. And Columbus, what they will never tell you, that Columbus was detained, he was in jail in Ashanti. They will never tell you, but they will tell you when he got back to Spain, the king of Spain arrested him, he was in jail for 5 years. No, he was in jail in Ashanti. Because when they are shipping them, when they are selling them, they used to stop and fix their ship, maybe during because they don't just see in all the weather. Because there are times the sea is not good. So they have to bet and wait for the tide to go down or for a good tide for them to sail. It's like the islands of Mauritania and Ghana. And the Ashanti king, they detained him for a cost of whatever, I don't know. He took them years to build him. But you will never find this on their books. Except you go into their archives. So some of the stories we are hearing, if you don't do a lot of research, you just fall into their stories and would make them look superior than us. It was not really true. Let me use the floor.
Columbus was not the only ship captain that was arrested in the African coast.
Thank you. Thank you,
I read about the law of European captains. There was one that was even executed and killed somewhere in Ghana.
Thank you. Ghana was
because they were buying slaves from the hinterland, and they were cashing slaves, and that's why I have you with what Tunaja is saying. Not all the slaves were bought. They were cashing slaves from the coastal region, but they did not initially enter into the hinterland. So they were buying slaves from traditional rulers from the hinterland, particularly the Fulanese. You see, most of those slaves, they were sold by the Fulanese to these guys. So they will catch those slaves, particularly the Igbo parts. They caught a lot of slaves, the Fulani from the Igbo side. They will bring it to the coastal land. So there were some captains who, instead of buying slaves from those traditional rulers, would simply catch slaves in the coastal land. And if you're caught, they take you to the native authorities back then, and those guys do their own justice with you. So in history, some historical book actually showed that there were European captains that were even executed somewhere in the Gold Coast because they were catching slaves that were not supposed to catch. Meanwhile, there were some more slaves also that they were princes. So this particular captain caught someone who actually was a prince in that area, but probably was walking, around that side around that time, and then he caught the guy. But on getting to the ship, they realized that he was a prince, and the captain was executed somewhere in that coast.
When you said they're cashing people, they're not cashing slaves, because those people are not they're not slaves. They're actually invading they invade our land and took people, and we are fighting back. We fought back. And so if you're saying they catch some of their people too, that's because while we are fighting back, we're taking them. But at the end of the day, they had to do a deal with the kings to be able to sell their people anyways. Yeah, no. Yeah, because at first you were saying they're catching slaves. Those people are not slaves, so they.
I think that there is a way you are saying it that makes it look like, oh, we are just sitting down and people are just kidnapping us. I think the idea is that during those days, people, when you are vulnerable, they take you, and they were taking Europeans as slaves, even when Europeans were taking Africans as slaves to America.
Wait,
They were
people
from North Africa. People from North Africa were still invading and going to Europe and kidnapping people as slaves.
Wait, that's not the same. You guys said it too. See, Africans are enslaving themselves. Europeans are enslaving themselves. That was being done before they realized that they can see another continent, which is black people, and they start invading and taking people away. That's different. Enslaving within ourselves is not the same thing as going and enslaving other tribe or other ethnicity. It's two different things, because the way we were treated after they caught us and enslaved us is not the same way we were treating the people that we enslaved among ourselves, or the people they enslaved among themselves. It's not the same way. We have to understand this. It's not the same.
I think it can be quite cruel too, the way they enslaved each other, like the way the Vikings enslaved other groups in Europe.
Okay, so did African enslave Africans too? We did enslave ourselves.
No, Africans enslaved Africans, and Africans were all very happy to sell Africans.
Tunaja, that's a very wrong narrative.
Some Africans. Okay, fair point. Let me correct myself. Some Africans, not all of them.
Okay, but did we lynch ourselves? Because you're saying it's the same way. Did we lynch ourselves?
Yes. Actually, we did.
We did. Where?
Oh, yeah, you didn't know. Why do you?
I need reference for that, because
when Europeans outlawed slavery, many of our leaders still want to sell slaves. See, when Europeans outlawed slavery, many of our leaders still want to carry on selling slaves.
We're not talking. We're not talking about that. We're talking about when it first started, and when it first started in 13th century, and they start catching us before we actually joined. I'm saying to you guys, before then, we were enslaving ourselves. They were enslaving themselves as well. But what goes into that, like lynching, making they would make people big, so they can use them to work. And what were they doing? They cut. Yeah, exactly. They cut off their manhood and make them big so they can work for them. We weren't doing that.
We were doing it.
They're not doing that to themselves.
I don't know what Africans. I don't have any evidence that Africans were literally breeding slaves. I'm not sure. I've never heard of that before.
Doing that.
Does anyone have any evidence for this? Because I've never heard that before.
Ogbeni, where's
the
reference
now?
Yeah, give us the reference.
Let me tell you.
And don't tell us the book that white people wrote.
Let me tell you.
They can't write about us.
People.
Yeah, because that's the book. Give me a book. Give me a book. You read a book, right? What's the name?
Wait now. Now, 2 books I will refer you to. There's a book of Kingdoms of Yorubas. Please go to eBay and buy it.
No, I don't need to. Go ahead.
There's another book. Yeah, please go and buy it. Then there's another book. I'm coming.
And Kingdom of Yoruba, they said we're castrating ourselves and we're lynching ourselves in Kingdom of Yoruba.
I will tell you how we maltreated.
We weren't even named Yoruba then. We were your empire. Because I'm not sure.
Let Ogbeni talk now. Let him talk.
No, we are conversating. I can ask him a question now.
Nak, why is Nak calling us slave catchers? You see how, Nak, you can come on this thing now. We are trying to understand here. We are not slave catchers. Calling us slave catchers is not very helpful, Nak. Can you come? If you want to come, you can come in and have your say. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so the point, I can't remember. I can't pick the second author now, but I'll check my shelf. Once I stop talking now, I'll go and check my shelf downstairs and find those 2 books. I can even capture them and send it to this platform so that you see.
That Africans were breeding slaves.
No, let's share him. He has the history.
We were castrating our slaves.
Oh, okay. I think that one. I think we probably did.
No. Wait. I have question. Let him land because I have question about. We're listening.
We were castrating our slaves. Now, I happen to come from a family of slave owners in Ekiti. One check is Aduloju family.
I came from a family of a warrior too.
Yes,
I came from warrior family as well, and I know.
Aduloju was a great warrior. All right, in the interland.
Who is from Uluode family?
Well, I'm from Oyo Empire, and from Oyo Empire.
Whether Uluode or Fadi,
my grandfather is one of the warriors. Go ahead.
Okay, so Aduloju happened to be a great warrior who was in that interland from Ekiti down to the Ondo region, all those regions. Okay, now we're made to know in our history that we had people called Eru, we had people called Iwofa, and we have people we call Okun. Now the Okuns are the castrated slaves. I'll repeat again. We had Eru in our compound. We had Iwofa in our compound. We had Okun in our compound. They were slaves. The Eru are slaves. But the Erus are slaves that can still buy their freedom by hard work.
Nak, because I want to let somebody on the chat know something. Nak, sorry, I'm really sorry. Nak, I'm trying to get the link to you because I'm hosting from a different platform, but I'll get the link to you. Just be patient. I'll get it to you. Thank you.
Okay, so the Erus, the Eru were the slaves, that when Aduloju went to war and plundered the place, he will come back with the Erus. He will give to the kings around their own and had his own portion. So his compound was full of slaves, and he can pick anyone and sleep with anyone and have children from them. Now, the Erus, they are the one you caught from your your wars and other things. And when you bring them, by hard work, they can still buy their freedom. Now we have the Wofas, right? The Wofa are your servants. We have the Okuns. The Okuns, they are those the slaves that you don't wish them, or you don't want them to have freedom at all. So you castrate them and you send them into the forest to farm for you. Now we have the second layer of Erus. I've forgotten the name they call them now. If I call my dad tomorrow, I'll get that name for you. Those ones are the children of the direct slaves. Okay, and Aduloju was so powerful that he had traders that were taking his own slaves down to the coast to go and sell in Leko. So to now tell me that
before you go, put date on what you just said. Put a
Aduloju
date on
reigned in the 1811 to 1860.
I beg, we're talking about before 13th century. See, that's what I'm saying. The history you just read to me is what they copy from the white people, what they're doing to their people, and so they start doing it.
I did not read it about book.
Listen.
I'm telling you, wait now.
Before the 13th century. If you're talking about before 13th century now, then I'll believe what you're saying. You're telling
Oriola.
And one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Oriola, can I come in, please? Can I come?
Oriola, calm down now, so that someone else can talk.
Please let me come in.
To impress anybody, you need to go.
Please let me.
Obeni, allow World Peace to say something. Then like Mizi and Pansad, BT, they have not said anything at all. And Olatu has
please.
I don't speak to impress him. I don't speak to impress anybody.
Obeni, please, let's allow World Peace to come in.
Sorry, thank you. They say in any great kingdom come great atrocities. The greater the kingdom, the greater the atrocity. Every great kingdom, empire that was existing there had their own fair share of atrocity. Now, I'm not going to go. Yes, African, we were castrating. We have the kind of slavery part system we have, but it was not inhuman to humanity. The whites, the Europeans, introduced the monetizing system into our slavery. They showed and taught our leaders that was in the 19th century, rather, the monetization of slavery. But as early as 14th century and 15th century, I agree with Ogbeni, they were catching our people that you catch fish. Now, when it comes to castration of slave, yes, true. Yes, really break it down, we did. And I'll give you date and when. 1515, the war between the Benin and the Igala. Today, the Igala people you see that's almost gone extinct. If you know what we did with them, at the last batch of people they sent to Benin, it was around 1840. When we won that war, the Portuguese fought with war with us, side by side, to defeat the Igalas. The Abaisige is not a law that every year, the Igala will send their able-grown men as that is grown to be a manhood, warriorhood man to Benin. Do you know what we did with those people when they come?
Did you?
Can you
Are
guys
you
hear
even
me?
listening? Are you even listening to
Can you
yourself?
let him finish
Because
now?
if
Can
you
you let him
Hold
finish?
on,
if you
hold
listen to
on
Oriola,
now.
yourself,
please,
you'll realize.
Oriola,
Hold
he's
on
sharing
now,
something
Riola, you're
now.
just Riola, you're
Oriola,
too
please let him
emotional.
finish because I think I want to understand what he's saying. Please go ahead.
When it comes about castration of slaves, that's what I'm just telling you. They are slaves, but it's not for sell. It's not for. They still have their freedom. They are slaves. Some in some communities where they conquer you, take you as a slave. We call them ovien. You will be working them in their farm. You have your life. You can marry your own body, your own self, and all that. But you are not in that system. You're not in that community. But you have your life. You are not. They're not taking your freedom from you. Not like what they do in the West. Now, when we won that war, we're not a law so that the Ghana will not do a revenge attack or they should not come back to attack us again. Every able young man that grow in that town, that maybe 18, 20, grow up, will be sent to Benin. And when they get to Benin, we know what we do with them. We castrate them because we don't want them to marry with
Wow,
us. Those
that's
are the
cool.
people
Okay.
some of the people, hold on. Those are some of the people that dug the Great Benin moat. They were sending batches of people in thousands to Benin Kingdom almost every year at Igwe Festival. I'm not proud of it, but it happens. That's why you see the Igala people today almost went to extinction by the law we enacted. So there are cruel things that happen. But the most cruel one is selling your own self, which the white man introduced to us at the late 18th century. Start selling for money. That was a different topic. Thank you.
So are you saying that the Benin fought with the Portuguese against the Igala?
The Portuguese joined the Benin to fight against the Igala, yeah. The first time we used firearm was side of side with the Benin. 1515, precisely dated record.
Wow, that is tragic.
See, the Oyinbos did not introduce purchase of slaves to us. See, in those days, before we had contact with the Europeans, our people were already selling slaves or exchanging slaves to other neighboring warriors in other towns. You purchase things with your slaves. And they were great warriors in the hinterland, particularly in the southwest, that you can mention the followers, the Ogedengbe's, and others. These guys had slaves and they were exchanging slaves to other warriors for exchange of commodities and so many things. So the Oyinbo came because they saw all these things and they came with their own mentality of having it. They will stay by the coastal region. Our home people will go and sell to them. And they also started cashing by the coastal region. So that's the way I see this thing. But to now say you exonerate our home people from this heinous crime and only face Oyinbo, that's the only thing I can't really understand.
Thank you.
If you're referring to, can I say something? If you're referring to me, I never said that. I'm just saying
I agree with Ogbeni.
Who is talking? I don't even know who.
No, this is
okay. So Oriola.
My name is Ola.
I never said.
It's not Oriola. My name is Ola. Two different.
Yeah, I know. I'm speaking as well.
My Ola is original warrior, not
He's the big one, eh?
Sure. What me I'm saying is this. I don't
disagree with the warrior.
Oriola, Also, the thing is this, right?
Well,
I've listened to us
no.
the beginning
Can I
today.
say
We
something
like
See,
like
I think we have to allow other people speak. Ola, please go ahead so that Nakmizi can come in. BT can say something too. Because the reason why I want Nakmizi to talk, because he's African Americans and he likes to, say that we sold people and stuff like that. So I want to hear his take on it.
Don't set me up before I speak, brother.
I'm not trying to set you up. I'm just saying. Ola, please go ahead. Let Ola say something, then you can go. Ola, you wanted to say something. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
You can't hear me.
Now we can hear you now.
I said one thing about us is this. Okay, one thing about us is that we like absorbing ourselves and try to blame some other guys as if we did nothing wrong. Like when he was saying the other time, see, Oyinbos, they may have their own interior motive of coming here to maybe capture us to do things. Huh?
Well, please, I made a great point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when they got to when they got here, understand, they made this slavery thing in place so that we were nice to ourselves. That's not really true. What kind of you were so nice to the point that you buy a slave and you made some kind of tribal mark with hot metal on their body. You so much treat them very well that you push in that you change them. And you see, one thing is that for us to solve our problem, we must first of all accept our own fault. It's only when we accept our own fault, we are able to rectify our own fault. Then we now channel the way forward. That is when we are ready to grow. So I was listening to how people were blaming the colonial masters. That even I know that Obedisu even contributed that, just because many people
let's just call them Europeans instead of masters. We can just call them Europeans. That master thing.
Sorry. You are putting in the wrong perspective. It's not the way you are putting it. Yes, we have slaves. We didn't just wake up and start catching slaves when you are a strong warrior. Most of our slaves come through conquest. When we have a war with you, defeat your village, we seize some of the people as a tribute back to the king. That's how we are having slaves. And we will not use it. Hold on. Wait now. I'll take you back.
War peace. Let him finish so that other people can be able to speak. Don't worry.
I know. I will drop this so that you can wrap up. See, go back to time
of. Why will I wrap up? I'm just jumping in to contribute. I don't need to wrap up.
I know. Say, take it back to time of king. What do you call it? That youngest king, or take time of the Romans.
Wait now. We were going to this territory for opportunity. We captured them. We use them to do our.
That is wrong. No, that is wrong. You don't know history then. You don't know your history. You don't know your history. You don't know your history then.
You are not the only person in the entire world that has access to history books. So don't tell me that when you say no.
You are saying it wrongly. I'm not saying you don't. You are saying it wrongly.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Tonight, War Peace. Please, everybody, let Tunaija direct the conversation. Otherwise, it just gets rowdy. I'm not quite sure if you're listening, but it's just it's getting somewhat too jumbled up. So let him direct it and then follow his lead. Back to you, Tunaija.
Thank you. Yeah, well, please take it easy so that the others can have their say too. All right. So Ola, please round up so that we can hear from His Majesty and Nakmizi.
to round up when I've not even started speaking,
you've not started. Okay, please go ahead.
By the way, who approved Tunaija to host the show? Did he go to the board members?
I went and kind of snuck in behind the scenes.
Okay, don't worry. We'll talk later. We'll deal with you behind the scenes. Don't worry.
Welcome. Please, Ola, please go ahead.
So, like I said, you understand. So, we all read this book. We're not alive then. So, saying that I am the right person, another person is wrong. I don't know when we are drawing that conclusion. Why you are so sure that your own version is so right? So, the thing is this: it was in our nature then to conquer, to expand our territory, and to enslave others to our own benefit. Alaafin Oyo was in fact, Alaafin Oyo then was a typical example that it conquers so much, from to Dahomey to, in fact, when you are talking of one of the largest empire in Africa, or let me say sub-Saharan Africa, you trace that to Alaafin. So what we are saying here is this: these people, they came here, they made this thing within our system, and they came to the system. It's just like a slave master trying to overpower another slave master. Okay, the other slave master look, okay, why should I even be wasting my energy when I can negotiate? So they now try to negotiate with the slave masters they met on ground. And that's how the international slave trade, when I say international slave trade, let me just say, can I call it transatlantic or whatever I want to call that, right? So, but now to now come and say, oh, we didn't do anything, we were peace-loving people, we were doing everything right with so much love for ourselves, and these people just came and over. That's not true. That's not true. And anybody that really want to move forward, you must first of all accept your fault. Like I said the other time, before you can move forward, not to start blaming everybody except yourself. So we can't continue this way. You understand? The European, they destroyed the Chinese economy within 100 years. They are now here now giving the same the European serious problem. Then look at the Indians. Look at what they are doing now. So as we speak today, not every European country, I don't think every European country is developed as we like to say it too. Some of them do suffer. So to me, we Africans, we just have to be very serious for once. Let's stop blaming people. So
thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's
Father,
a valid point.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Father Christmas has spoken.
Yeah, Nak, please go ahead. What do you think about what you've had so far? As you can see, nobody's exactly crowing that they did what happened. Many people recognize that it's not a nice thing for us to do to each other. Please, Nak, go ahead.
You say not a nice thing. I think the choice of words that you just used are highly insensitive to what people
oh
are.
my God! You know we British are understated.
Let me finish, brother. So when you say not nice, do you realize what my ancestors who were part of some of these kingdoms went through? And you're calling that not nice? Brother, a lot of the smoke. Wait, hold on, but I'm not really asking a question. I'm really just making a statement. And when the other brother spoke, you didn't cut them off. So this is part of the smoke that I have for some Nigerians who deny what is now known as Nigeria's involvement in the selling of enslaved Africans, enslaved Nigerians, or people from these nations. And you too, Niger, while I really, you know what I'm saying, I like you, but you've been at the forefront of this denial. You've been knowing everything about, every aspect of Horner tribal politics, but then when I asked you about whether King Papel and his ilk sold slaves to the Europeans, you said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't have any evidence." I'm like, how can you
I did not know. What am I supposed to do? I did not know.
How could you know about everything in Africa, but then be shy on speaking about your own people? I get it. It's not something to be proud of, but what I'm glad that I've heard on this panel is that there's been people who just kept it real. And once you keep it real, that is a starting point. That is a starting point for us to start talking. But when you have deniers or people that use words that really don't describe what happened to my people, then you're going to get smoked. There's one brother who's always on a panel with us. He doesn't speak a lot, but he always super chats. He comes from a line of people that sold other Nigerians. I have no smoke for him because he admits it. Once we realize that Africans, and I don't like to say Africans, I want to keep it to the region where most of my DNA comes from, right? That what is now known as Nigeria fought with each other. That is a human trait. They fought with each other for resources and other issues, little beefs and spats, and the loser got taken in as slaves. Okay, we get it. Did they treat them nice? they treated them differently, but there's some places where they were castrated, where they were buried alive with their former masters, where they were treated as a permanent caste, permanent slave caste, and their progeny was also treated as a permanent slave caste. So it's not nice. But what's different is that the chattel aspect, they weren't breeding them for the purpose of creating more slaves. It was easier to just sell them to their European partners, okay? So much that the English said, hey, guys, this ain't right. For whatever reason, in 1808, they decided to stop it. And then some leaders wanted to continue with it. So I think once you guys start speaking the honest truth that, yes, Nigerians sold other Nigerians, it was not nice, and we start using the words that really describe what was going on. Like, can you imagine being marched from the hinterland to the coast in chains, then put on a boat, a smelly boat, not a boat like today where you're peeing, pooing, menstruating, throwing up, sweating, getting bit by mosquitoes, going on a boat in rough seas. Many of these boats sank. Imagine sinking in a boat, being chained up. Some people are claustrophobic. That's a horrible thing. So when we say not nice, that's disrespectful to my people. That's disrespectful to the ancestors of some of the Nigerians on here that were sold themselves. So when we talk about it, I think we have to speak about it honestly and not with kid gloves, but with respect to the ancestors of the Nigerians who lost their people and to the Nigerians or what are now Black Americans that were sold off to Europeans with collusion by Nigerian leadership.
Yeah, I think thank you for that.
Wait, can I say something? I'll actually like to response as well.
Tunaja, please, can you give me this microseconds? Let me say something. Probably I'm not articulating myself very well, but in my own, from where I'm from, we all have history, tradition, everybody's well known, but we allow our elders to tell us the story so that we don't mislead people. But fortunately, it's not like I cannot say that for other people. Slavery, what we use slavery today is a white man term. What we have was not slavery, but we now paint everything as slavery. Let me take it back. Even in the time of Egypt, of Alexander, we never talk about Alexander the Great again. Alexander have the most slaves in the world. Every city Alexander conquered, he took slaves. True or false, to Niger?
Yeah.
Okay, there have been a form of slavery in the world, not because they just wake up to buy, catch them and sell them, but through war conquest, they take them for military purpose, working and all that. Now, in my own times, we call them ovien. When my kingdom capture gold, they didn't just go to your kingdom and capture you. Probably there's a problem between my kingdom and your kingdom, and we conquer them. Sometimes we take their warriors, so they're not to be able to fight back. Now, we're bringing back to our town. They live a good life. They live their life. They don't treat them badly.
World peace. There is a bit of a noise in your background.
Yeah, it's my daughter. It's like quiet. So now, yeah, what I'm trying to say, right from day one, from the onset, there have been kind of people moving people by people. Even Saladin, when he took over when he took over Jerusalem, the Third Crusade, he didn't touch one slave. But at the Second Crusade, when the British when the Europeans took over, what did they do? They massacred so much that the blood pile was up to their knees. Right from day one, the Muslim, when they win or conquer a kingdom or a tribe, those that convert to Islam, they leave them. Those that don't convert, they take them as slaves. They can do whatever they want to do. It's in their book. They can do whatever they want to do with it, or they can sell it to other people. It has been there right from day one. But what was not there is the monetizing. And they taught us, the European taught us that, which is very bad. And before they taught us that, it was not from the 14th century. Hold on. Yeah, okay, come in.
No, I have to go after him. I actually asked if I could
well,
go.
please give me a brief. You have already spoken and you are taking too much time.
Let me finish. The problem is that you are putting the cart before the horse. We just mix everything up. We just talk slavery. Oh, we did this, we did it. Then we now become the victim. No. As early as 14th century, we are not selling slaves. They were capturing slaves. The Portuguese were the first to come down there. They were stationed in Saturnine Principe. They were catching they were catching people around the coast. They brought about Arochuku. Go and check about the Arochuku conspiracy. The Arochuku were not capturing people. They were capturing people. And again, people that brought to the shrine like he has an offense. They said go to the shrine, but they didn't know the shrine have two on that bust out. On that is a two-way shrine. At the end of the shrine, there has a boat that would take them to the Portuguese. They were capturing people. And 14th century, Ekiti was not in existence. As 14th century, Oyo was not an empire. We must set the record straight.
No, that's not true.
Hold on. Ariola, hold on. When is here, you can confirm what I'm saying. Ekiti was founded. Hold on. Ekiti was founded 15th century. Everything led. The war in Dahomey led to the founding of Egba and so many other places in the 15th century. We must know all these things. They were in the 14th century to the 15th century downward, was slave capturing. But from the 18th century downwards, the British now taught the colonial masters, they now taught us military slavery. Then
British or Europeans, there's no need to call them colonial masters, please.
The Europeans.
Yeah.
The Europeans, they start bringing different people to our shore. When they conquer, most of our kings fought against it. When they conquer your kingdom, they install somebody else that's a grand chief. They direct them to start catching slaves for them. When they come, they buy wine, they buy whatever they want you to buy. Like Badagry is an example. So I read about Badagry. So we don't be mixing all this thing up. Thank you. I give the floor.
I think I will ask you next time. I think you are very passionate about this world peace, but I will because you have spoken at length. Others have to speak. So, but I will definitely like to know why you are so passionate about it. Oriola, I'm really, really sorry. There are a lot of people that haven't spoken at all. We have to consider them.
I just want to respond to the other guy.
Okay, 15 seconds. Respond, then some other person speaks. 15 seconds. I'm sorry. Just say condense it.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So whatever is being said here, it would be good for us to actually go back and try to make sure that every single thing that's being said is correct, not just like take everybody's word. Because I listened to the other guy spoke, and he was saying because you didn't accept that we were selling them. And here's the thing.
Thank you. Time is up. 15 seconds is up. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I just want him to make sure
you get your chance to say that.
Let him make his point so I can cook him.
Oh God, we are not here to cook people.
I just want to
because there's parts that BT hasn't said anything. Come on, let's be considerate of other people's time.
Just let me say.
Naija, let me give my time to Ade to use. Okay, so let me give him my time to speak. Okay, go ahead. Ade.
Okay, perfect. Oh my God, that's so gentlemanly.
Well, I won't even take much. No.
Take your time. No, take your time, please.
No, it's not your turn yet. Now, BT. Okay, please, Oriola, just say what you want to say.
I just want him to. I just want to make sure it's this. You're saying how our people or my people. See, there's no difference between me and you. People that was actually selling or people that took us away without our knowledge before they joined the league and start selling. Those people, they probably just feel the top. So here's the thing. You saying the horse or damn. No, there's no difference between me and you. My grandfather or my great could be part of those people that they took away as well. So so I just want you, every single thing that you're hearing here, you have to make sure that you also fast check everything. So because I'm listening to you, I see where you're coming from, and I don't think you should. I don't like the way you're sounding about it. Like it's us against them. No, we're all the same. We are in the same problem. We all like, if you go anywhere, even if I don't speak like you or you don't speak like me, we are all saying the same. Or even if I don't look like you, as long as you're black, we're all being treated the same way. So I just want to make sure that you don't
Oh my
take that
God,
away
this is
from here.
awesome.
Don't take that
All right,
away.
brother. Let me
Like,
respond, and I'm gonna super chat after I get off in about 30 minutes, so I can pay for my words. Now listen,
Oh God.
we would never. I always leave with my wallet when it comes to these panels. We were never the same. That's why if you change the topic to this conversation to Nigerian politics, it's going to be more confusing than a Nigerian wet market as soon as it opens. Everyone's going to be all over each other. We were never the same, and we are still
He
not the
was
same.
saying that we are the same at a certain level.
No,
Of
wait,
course,
wait.
we are
But
not
I'm
the same
saying,
at
but
all
I
levels.
totally
wait,
reject
let
that
him
as
land.
well.
Let
I
him land.
totally.
See,
Hold
here's
on,
the
let me
thing.
land. Thank you, thank
I'm
you, thank you.
listening to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
There's
it.
no need to
And
say
you
it
see,
like that.
every
There's
time I
no need to
speak,
say it
Tunai
like
just
that. I'm
starts cutting
listening
me
to you.
off. Thank you for listening, but Tunai just starts cutting me off every time I speak. Second time. So we were not the same on the continent, which is why we had wars with each other between different ethnic groups. 400 years later, mixed with West, Central, European, and Native American, we are definitely not the same culturally. So I don't play that we're the same nonsense. While if
It
I
doesn't
didn't have
matter what. It doesn't
Wait,
matter
but
how
brother,
you
let me
say it.
finish.
So
Let me
here's the
finish.
thing. You need to
You just
see.
asked me to let me land
Here's
my
the thing.
plane, so let
We
me
all
land it.
need to.
Let me
Oriola,
land the
you give him
plane.
time. Let him. You will come. You because
Let
you
me
have not
land
used
the
BT's
plane.
time completely. So just let him land,
Let me land my
and
plane.
then
I'm
so that
very
Pastor
concise
can
with
speak.
how I speak. So I'd like anyone to refute that we were the same in Nigeria. We've never been the same. That's why Nigeria's, some people will say this is falling apart now because these ethnic groups don't deal with each other like that. We weren't the same then. We're not the same now. We have different issues in America as Black Americans, as a Igbo or Yoruba or somebody from Benin. We've always been different. But now it's not a you versus them. What we're talking about now is acknowledging the tragedies that happened to people that were part of these kingdoms back in the day. So if you can tell me what kingdom my people come from, then maybe you can say we're the same. But even then, I'd say we've been separated for 400 years and are different culturally, phenotypically, and genetically at this point. While we're all black, black means nothing on a continent full of black people.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I think he was referring to at a certain level. It's like saying human beings are human beings. Yes, we are all not the same. We're not even the same as the same human beings on this panel. It doesn't mean that we are still not human beings. When he says we are the same on a certain level, yes, we are. You might you may not agree with it, but it's just
You
nature of
don't.
life.
Actually,
Who
let
said
me use
African
this
Americans are
analogy.
backwards?
Wait,
Who
listen.
said that?
Hey, tonight,
Let me
when
use
is
I
my
don't think they
let me
turn?
said it
use
though.
this
Nobody said
analogy.
that.
See,
Who is asking? When is their turn? Oh, is
wait.
that
Let me.
Prince?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be your turn, Prince. Sorry. Let
No,
me
no, no.
use this.
I think it's Panzer next. It's Panzer next, then Prince. Prince, you have been
Okay.
quiet. Sorry, it's a bit unfair that we've not called on you. But after Panzer, then you can go. And Benny
Right.
can come next. Yeah. John Lekuko hasn't even said anything. He's just been very, calm about everything. Please go ahead.
All right. Hello,
You know, you are
everybody.
the commander in chief. Call me.
Can I say something very quickly? I really I must say I do admire the way most Westerners in Nigeria. I don't know whether you guys are just exceptionally and you knowledgeable about your history. The way you remember the dates when specific parts of the Yoruba areas were created, and do the details that you have. As a matter of fact, one of the first time I heard about Nigerians losing family members to slavery was from somebody in the southwest. So you guys tend to have more details. I don't know whether because the other side of Nigeria we don't talk about it enough, that we don't. It's not because we don't know the detail, we don't talk about it enough. I'm saying it because we have Pansat here, so maybe you can come with timelines and stuff if you have them, because that would be useful. Because I do get the impression that the South Westerners seem to be more in touch with that aspect of history. So please, Pansat, go ahead.
All right. How's everybody doing on this panel?
Yeah, we're good.
Happy New Year, Sunset.
Yeah. So, how you doing, buddy? Prince. Now it looks like those who have asked questions here, some people say when I go all the way to the beginning, there's two topics that you've been talking about that have been interesting all night. So I'm gonna deal with the last one, which is slavery. Is what you're talking about now. Slavery has been there from the first civilization goes all the way back to Mesopotamia. We're talking 3500 BC with the code of Hammurabi. So we'll move it forward. I'm going to link it up to what we were talking about before when some people are praising Indians. Obviously, those who are talking about that don't know that the Indians have what they call a caste system in India. So I'll conclude with that. But let's look at slavery today. What I mean today is contemporary times, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, right? And then we're going to also talk about slavery as it's in the Constitution. Oh, yeah, by the way, we also talked about the differences between us and Black Americans, and that is particularly a conversation that we should be very careful about. Times have changed. There was a time that we didn't know Black Americans very well, that they are our people, and they didn't know us very well. So these people went through a lot. We also went through a lot in Africa up to today. Now the Blacks have managed to emancipate themselves, and we're enjoying all that stuff that they did. So I know that a lot of you are young and you have competitive spirits and chromosomes and all that stuff. So when you go to chat room, you're competing with Black Americans. So that affects what you say when you're discussing academic issues, right? So you want to best them, you want to be better than they are, but we are the same. So every conversation that we have these days, there's really no difference between us and African Americans because the enemy is Europeans, white people, Arabs, people who are different from us. So they win when we really get back to 60 years ago, 2 generations ago, when we talk like that, right? So that's not fair. You know, when somebody was here trying to praise Asians, particularly Chinese or Indians, and what they do here in the United States, they're looking at it universal. Anybody who's from China, no matter even if they were born here in the United States, if they're doing very well academically, the credit is given to Chinese. Or if they are immigrants from China to the United States, they all come as Chinese. It's the same way you have to measure the African Americans. You have to measure us as Blacks, those from Nigeria, and we hold our own here in the United States when it comes to academia. So if you give all that credit to Black Americans, unless you're going to pass the Chinese ones and say, okay, indigenous Chinese are doing blah, 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 compare them to Black Americans, and there's no comparison. Even right now as we speak, like I said, the achievement of Black Americans in the legislature, for example, federal legislature, you have a lot of Blacks in the Congress. You have a Black as vice president. You have a Black as defense chief. Now, when you hear that somebody is defense chief in the United States, it's bigger than the King of England. Okay, that particular defense chief is a big deal. It's bigger than most presidents. For example, if the defense chief comes to Nigeria, he's bigger than Tinubu. He could remove Tinubu from office. A defense chief in the United States is a big deal. Now, it's not the first time Blacks have held that position, right? You could go back to even Secretary of States, Condoleezza Rice, and so many other Secretary of States. Blacks are governors, Blacks been president. So in that, you chalk that one under Black Americans 1-0. You can say Obama is not Black, Obama is this. That's all nonsense. Obama is classified as a Black American because the votes that got him in there is what counts. It's Black American vote. He couldn't win with any other vote. Couldn't win with African votes. Couldn't win with Asian votes. So you have to give it to Black Americans. But when we say Black Americans, I mean all of us. The Nigerians who are Americans now. But now let's go back to
when you say Black Americans, though, and you refer to Obama and the ones that came before,
yeah,
we are not necessarily part of that group, are they? You can't compare us to the ones that were, that were sold as slaves. It's not
hold
the
on.
same.
You can, because when you're talking about slavery, right? When you talk about slavery, let's start from defining slavery. Slavery is a condition in which one human being is owned by another, right? That's a simple definition of slavery. Then you could go to the United Nations definition of slavery, right? You could go to psychological slavery. Nigerians were slaves, right? We may not be chattel slaves, but it's the same condition that we all are suffering as blacks all over the world. Now, hold on.
But it's not the same conditions, though. We are not being bred. We are not being brutalized in the same format.
I understand. Listen to this. Okay. To Niger, there are 4 types of slavery. You have debt slavery, slavery as punishment, indentured servitude, and chattel slavery. The worst one, which is where you're not considered as a human being. Right?
Yeah.
So you have those kind of things going on psychologically. Even people who work, where somebody could tell you when to come in, when to leave, and all that. So it depends on what you're talking about. Slavery right now is outlawed all over the world. So you really don't have that kind of slavery so there's no need talking about that. That's passé. But it's an interesting discussion. It's an academic discussion. And now, when I know that Ajan Lekoko makes fun of me when I talk about anthropology, right? So when you're mixing it up with anthropology, where different cultures come from, what they're doing, okay, that's a separate whole discipline, right? Discussion on where we come from. Like the last speaker there said about the tribes. I think Nakmizi talking about the tribes in our place.
But Pansa, though, how about the history of slavery in the southeastern? Do you know more about it? And even in the south, do you know more about that history? Because I really do enjoy the way some of our southwestern brothers have shed some light on things that I never knew about.
Yeah, it depends on the Southwest, the platform you're on. On this platform, maybe you have people who know more about that. Now, you cannot be using anecdotal evidence like you used that word a minute ago. This platform probably has more people who speak about the Southwestern
issues.
Issues. But all our people, they know.
Oh, you do speak about Southeastern issues, though.
You mean me?
Yeah, you do speak about Southeastern issues a lot.
Sorry to interject, Tunaja. I'm not from Southwest, and I think when it comes to history in this platform just today, I think I'm the only one that put time and date and figure to what I'm saying.
That is
true.
Yeah, that's
and I said Arochukwu, the only slave trade that was going on in the 14th century is in the book, is in the fact, is Arochukwu had a conspiracy. I know. I'll cut to your Benny. I was coming to I will not leave here. Sorry, but
world peace. It's only fair that we say that you go and take care of your family, because there's a lot of noise coming from the background, and it's not fair that we are taking you away from your family.
Yeah, it's interrupting me. That is the most important reason. Why interrupt me? I give him credit because he does talk about that and he knows a little bit about that. The people from his side, they participated in capturing their brothers and sisters and selling them into
that's
slavery.
Wrong again, Pansat.
Let me
never sold the slave. No, you sold yours. You sold your clothes extension. You sold the EB bills. You sold yourself. I'll tell you date, when, and where.
Let me land. All right. So
World Peace, let him say his side of the story. Then you can give us more. World Peace, I really appreciate the way you are coming across. You seem to know a lot about these histories. Please, Pansa, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, like I said, we're all over the map on this, but these are the kind of topics that I really don't make too much differentiation when it comes to the tribes, right? There are issues that are universal for us as Africans. And when we say Africans, what do we mean? We mean everybody who's black. We know our people and our people know us. If you captured somebody from Benin or Ibadan and sold them into slavery, you sold my people into slavery. And the emancipation, it's important to me. So if you go to Haiti, you see a lot of people from the Southeast who were sold into slavery over there. Historians will be more, equipped to tell you those kind of things.
Who sold those people in Haiti to slavery? Who sold them?
I mean the Southeasterners?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like somebody mentioned earlier, there were wars, right? and some of those of our Ezes and chiefs were complicit in that to a lesser degree. But you also have Arabs, like I said, they're the master of this. They've been doing this for a very, very, very long time. They actually started this slavery stuff. So they participated. Everybody is guilty of doing that. There are some of our people.
I learned that, you know, like you mentioned, some Ezes, they sold some of the Easterners via the, according to, what do you call it? Asari Dokubo. Sold them to his ancestors.
Yeah, one thing you must avoid is to quote Asari Dokubo. He's a buffoon, right?
Because they are closer to his
and he's not somebody you should quote.
No, but hold on. What is Ajanegogo saying? Are you saying that Asari Dokubo is saying that his forefathers were sold to the South or something? I didn't catch that.
He said his own forefathers are traders in that business, that the Igbos will sell themselves to his own ancestors, and they will unwillingly pass it on to the Europeans.
Yeah, but you know he's lying there. But there are incidences in the past where people fought wars.
So who are the Ezes selling these slaves to? Who do you think? Who do you know?
Don't get me wrong, right? I am not giving you any anecdotes like this is a so what happened in those days was a mixed bag, right? If you're in one clan, even if you're Igbo, doesn't mean that you consider somebody you're fighting a war against as okay, brotherhood were Igbos. In those days, people were divided according to all kinds of chiefdoms. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? Clans and stuff like that. But the Igbos are a welcoming tribe. It's a big tribe. So people who come from Ejo, we consider them as part of us. But a lot of them were coming and capturing people and selling them into slaves at that time. They were doing that. I know that as a matter of fact, right? Because when they used to rain a little bit, even in my day, they would come, invade, and people from Benin, people from Ejo, they were involved in that kind of activity. So there were bad actors now. Are there corrupt people in office? Yes. You look at human development and human behavior, it's the same thing as human beings. You have bad leaders who can be corrupt. So if somebody comes in with goods and cash, they're able to get slaves.
Yeah,
you know?
but what seems to be clear, because I think I've heard some of that lady testify to this, that have parents for grandfather was like a trader of slaves, that they capture slaves in the southeast, take them to the south, sell them there. Just like somebody, I think Ajane Koko just testified a moment ago, that they will sell them in the south, and the southerners will sell them to Europeans. So that's how the relationship seems to work.
Look, to Nigeria, I'm not going into the mud, right? In essence, Nigeria is a stratified society that you have a lot of jingoism. People telling those kind of stories, normally are small minds talking about superiority of their tribe or something like that, right? So those stories, they're widespread, but it's pedestrian, it's stupidity, right? That's not what I'm here for.
But
the point about a continental problem. Hold on.
Let me make this point. You will continue. It seems that you are getting Asari Dokubo wrong. Asari Dokubo was not saying that they came to conquer Igbo and took them as slaves. He didn't say that. What he said was that Igbos were selling themselves to his own ancestors, who then will now sell.
I heard what he said.
So he didn't.
Yeah, but he is not an authority.
Are you saying that it was?
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying.
Or what are you really saying?
Here's what I'm saying.
Asari
Dokubo, okay, is a buffoon. There's nothing he says that you could go elaborating or talking about.
But there's another case that just said the same thing. So I don't know why you're saying it's a buffoon.
Look, I heard what he said. If you go further back, you're gonna hear him say that he's an Igbo man, right? If you go further back, you're gonna hear him say something else. A few months ago, he's a Tinubu guy. He goes to Sorok. He comes out.
It's about what
we
it
should leave.
correlates
We
with.
should, we should leave Tinubu out of this. Tulaja, please let me quickly apologize to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you there? Sorry, before you go, I know it's a late time in your time.
Yes,
Ogbeni.
I'm there.
My great Luminia, sorry. When I was correcting to the correction to that, I said South. I was coming to Southwest. I know you're another person that know history with time and date, but just that I stayed too long to portray my point. But I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to undermine your knowledge about history.
Okay. All right, thank you. So like what I'm saying, let's not degenerate, okay? You just keep calm. Let me finish my statement unless you have something important to say. I'm not here to push Asari Dokubo. You like Asari Dokubo, that's your business. But what he said,
try to run so that when he can go. Yeah, don't worry, I'll let you go.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that when if you have an academic discussion, then you're gonna have to keep it pure, right? You're not going to invoke characters such as that, right? It's not important. So now, one of the key points I said I was gonna make is that those who are praising the Indians, you have to know that they have a caste system over there. I just have to have you Google it and check it out. The segmented society they have in groups over there, right? Determined by birth. It's a hierarchical system where I guess the head of that hierarchy is what they call the Brahmins, Brahmins, and it goes all the way down. So probably up to 5 segments, and blacks are at the lowest level. Black Indians. Somebody described earlier that these Indians look just like you, and I thought it was a lady when you were having that discussion. I don't know if you recall that. Yeah. So how could you be praising people like that? So you juxtapose the slavery where people actually owned people, right, with the modern day definition of slavery, which is totally different from that particular slavery. So the 13th Amendment here in the United States dealt with slavery and that issue legally.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I will ask you this question, please. When you complete, then we can move. I think it's Prince Daddy or Benny that is next. It's regarding what do you think will be what would be the best way for like we Nigerians, Africans, to a kind of build bridges with the African American, Caribbean, as I always call them, the greater diaspora, the ones that were sold into slavery. What would you suggest would be a good way to bridge that gap? Now, I take it that our current conversation is helping, but in terms of on a greater scale, like on a national and continental level, what would you suggest?
Look, that is the most important question anybody can ask when we're on a platform like this, right? It's in Kuwait. That's INCHOATE. It's rudimentary, but it started. If you should see us a generation ago, okay? So, but there's a lot of headway. So we have to be good ambassadors, no matter what's happening on this particular topic. Linking up, being one people. Even maybe 3 or 4 years ago, there was a fever for Black Americans to go and find out exactly what part of Africa they come from. And they were doing so by going to a website, ancestry.com, and they were excited and they're trying to find out where they come from. We're one. They're Afrocentric now. African American, replaced Black Americans. It's actually not, what do you call it, in vogue now to say Black Americans. They call themselves African Americans. And how wonderful. Do you know how much you dash this people? Let's say they sneak in here and they're listening to the conversation we had earlier. Except to say they are savvy enough to know these are our idiots. Those are the people talking like that, right? We are one. So the question you ask is important. We carry ourselves in the spirit of oneness. We have to know who's holding us down. How do we even get to punish them for what they did? Because we hint there were vestiges of participation by our people, our bad actors in those days in slavery, but the bulk of it, 99% is still Europeans, Arabs, Muslims coming down and enslaving our people.
But I don't necessarily subscribe 99% of it. I don't subscribe to that. Our people were very, very eager. Some of them.
I've heard you say that before. It wasn't like that. Like I said to you today, right? We have bad leadership in the continent. It's a continental problem. We haven't solved the leadership problem in Nigeria. So leaders, somebody like, let's say, president of a country, can do a lot of damage to you. So selecting a proper leader is very, very important. The character of the leader is very important, because without that, that's why it's not like we don't know. Okay, it's even here, like the United States. The American people are savvy, generous, good people, but they get bad administrations, but nothing like we ever had. Over here in the United States, the trash gets picked up. At least they have some class. But in those days, when you have uneducated people, we still have the same problem today. They're not educated. So they did a lot of damage to us, but no, were they faring? Did they go across to the Atlantic? No, these people came down to us, right? Okay, then how many, if they participated in slave trade, they would have bought some Oyibo now. How many do we have in the continent, right? In the marketplace, there's buying and selling. It's not just selling. We would have had people who had money. There's a historical fact that the richest man ever to live is an African man. I forgot his name now.
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa. How many did he buy? How many Oyibos do you have?
Yeah, he bought a lot of slaves. European and Arabic slaves. Yeah.
Okay, but so what I'm saying is that the question you asked me is the spirit you have to go by. Ambassadorship is not just somebody that's appointed by the government to go around and promote your culture, promote your people, be a good exemplar. In essence, if Black Americans come here and listen to this show, they should go with the mended heart. Don't try to suck it to them still, because we're here. For example, here in the United States, you have all the hoi polloi. They're imbeciles, they're crazies, they're drug addicts, they're poor, not poor, just destitute ones, right? But if you go to Nigeria, I'm rounding up with this, and I want you have your ears open. Sometimes you have to forget that you are moderating and listen.
Move to the next person now. I'm tired of this guy.
I want him to round up. So he's going to round up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, people like war, peace. Those are the kind of problems we have in that continent. People like this, they are averse to progress. If you're making sense, he wants to dump you down, maybe because you're a tribe or something like that. So small. So I'll conclude by telling you the question you asked: what are the good ambassadors, right? Even though we may have some misgivings for some Black Americans who competed, took your girlfriend or whatever, but then when you're talking about a big topic like this, be a good ambassador. Don't isolate yourselves, because like I was saying, you go to Nigeria right now, somebody just dump you in Nigeria, you're going to find out that 99% are destitute, not just poor.
Thank you.
Dirty, uneducated. So when you come out here, you're an elite that probably had a first degree, and you emigrate, you migrate to London or New York, and then you're over here.
Thank you, Pastor. I think your time is up, Pastor.
Where in your place you have nothing. You're actually an imbecile. That's the way you should be looked upon when you
Thank you. So
let's do that.
Let's be good ambassadors. I think that's a good simple start, really. I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Prince Daddy or Obeni, I think it's one of you to speak. Prince Daddy, are you there?
I yield this floor to Prince Daddy. I can't speak after Pastor.
Okay, thank you, Obeni.
To Nigeria, let me quickly put something straight to Pansa. He's listening. These people was very notorious in slave trade in the 14th century, the Arochukus. Now, when it got to the 17th century, that's when the Junku people started coming down through the Benue Then the British have come through the side.
Who are the people they are selling?
They're just capturing people.
Which people
They said
they
he did it.
capture?
Calabar, Igbo, oh. Then now we are calling states. Then there were no states
You're
then.
capturing everybody. Oh my
They were
God.
capturing people. Yeah, I'm telling
Hold on.
you.
Let me just do one thing. Let me do one thing, yes, because since we have only one underrepresented African Americans that his ancestors, which is part of our ancestry, was part of the slave this thing there. So it makes sense that we give him a kind of a veto to be able to speak. And so whenever you want to say something, Pansa, this in Nakmizi, you can just flag it and we'll give you the mic. It just makes sense. We want to hear as much voice from the other side as much as possible. So World Peace, please go ahead. And Prince Adi, so you gave your mic to World Peace. He's not going to hand it back quickly. Oh.
No, I'll yield the floor for him soon. I just want to make correction to Pansat. And again, I make correction to our panelists where we are putting this slave matter like we stole. It's not so. That's why the Westerners can, or the colonial masters or the Europeans can turn the story around and blame us for it. Now they don't talk about story. They don't talk about the history about kings that were deposed because of fighting resisting slavery. Community that was wiped out because of resisting slavery. The British were very good. They will give arms to the smaller community to fight against the larger community. Then when the community loses, what will be the next thing? Spoils of war. They will take those people as slaves. At the 17th century, they don't talk about these things.
Mention the king that was deposed and
so many.
To prison.
I can use mine, but I don't know about yours. But I know if I call it,
tell us the name.
Hold on.
Yours.
Hold on. If I talk about yours, I don't say about yours. Anyway, my own was really.
Now the one
hold on. I want to say now. My king didn't fight for. Hold on. Listen. My tribe didn't say slave. But when it comes to trade, when it comes to palm trade, when the treaty the British was giving to West Africa today, Obafemi resisted it. He never liked it. Then he was deposed. I just use that as a case study. There were many kings in many tribes. There were heroes. As I said, they will talk about it from east, west, south. They fought against slavery, but they never talk about it. And there were kings that were sold too because the British showed them the monetization of slavery. They benefit from it, and that started from the 17th century. Slavery actually started from the 14th century. The word slave came from the word Slav, Slav. Please tell if I'm lying. The word slave came from the word Slav. It's like today in Russia. They were sent into slave heavily. Then, in the 10th century, the 4th century. But Africans are not having slave as crime to humanity. Yes, the Arabs started slavery in the absence of the North Africans. But in the West Africa, the slavery did not start heavily, not up to the 17th century, late 16th century and the early 17th century. Go do your findings so that we don't start blaming ourselves what we did not do. And we don't give credit to our fathers that fought for slavery. If you go to Badagry Museum, you will see chains and nets they used to capture slaves. You will see the money they used to buy slaves. As Kabani was saying, you will see nets capturing slaves. If we were selling slaves, they would have shown us money now that this money we were used to trade. Now look at recently.
I think there's money though. I saw a video yesterday. I think somebody within the Badagry Museum was showing like kobos and some cash.
You see nets. You see net. You see net.
Yeah, but I saw coins. So I saw coins.
Then again, recently, just last year here, when the British want to, the German wants to return our artifact. What happened? Some article came out from nowhere that we Benin were buying slave. But did you read about it? Did you read about it? It was news. I read it was every international news that we were buying slave with.
I remember.
With cast. And it fell in their face within 1 week because we have a subsidiary structure in Benin. It's not true. It can never be true. It's not so. Because, yes, the Portuguese were selling cast to us. We don't have cast in our region. We have bronze. The Portuguese introduced cast to us because if you mix cast with the element to make bronze, it makes the liquid more hotter, faster, and make a large quantity. You understand? So it will fall in their face.
So when you say cast, what do you mean by cast? I don't catch it. What do you mean?
We have cast, we have bronze, we have gold now.
I see.
The element of
okay.
Yeah, the element for catch. The British
What is
added.
that sound? There's a sound coming through.
I'm driving. Sorry. See, the
world peace. What is this now? You are supposed to be for world peace. You are trying to cause havoc out there. Can you just go and park your car? Take it easy.
Yeah. Sorry, let me quick say this.
I really admire your passion about this, but you need to be safe and responsible.
I'm saying in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, I quickly say this. See, then we were selling ivory, tobacco, timber. People even know. They don't talk about the oil of then was timber. Because every ship were built on timber. Without timber, you cannot build your ship. That's why the Dutch were superpower, as small as they are. The British couldn't defeat them. British combined with France. Go check it out. We're selling ivory, we're selling palm, we're selling spice, we're selling tobacco and cotton. We had one of the best cotton. They'll buy cotton from us, they go and sell in Japan. The facts are there.
That's really good. I think someday, War Peace, you need to do a proper expose on all you know about these things. Please, listen, when you want to say something, because since Prince Daddy had said that he's going to give up his tongue.
Not really. Except you had that,
because with all the history you know about the external, from Columbus to everything else, and I would have thought you know a bit more about our own domestic wars.
No, of course. I've told you that first and foremost, I'm from a warrior family, and you can go and check Adeloju out. Adeloju was a very great warrior in the 19th century, in the early 18th something down. They all fought the Kitiparapa War. If you've known about that war, that was the war that gained independence for Ekiti, Jesha, and the suburb from Oyo Empire and their victimization and enslavement of the interland. That's the Yoruba part, the Ekiti part of Oyo Empire. It was a war we fought that lasted for about 17 years. And it ended in no victory, no vanquish. It ended in a place in Ekiti called Otun Ekiti. It was the British guys that came and then tried to settle the EU with us. We call it
Ogbeni, sorry, Ogbeni.
Yes.
Are you telling me after the treaty between the Benin and Oyo at Otun, people still went to fighting war that bettered Ado Ekiti?
They fought Kiriji War. They call it Kiriji. Yes, go and find out about it. Was Kiriji War. So it was a long battle. And
the Southwest is crazy, man. They were just fighting constantly. So not now that you're just all docile and easygoing. Please go ahead.
So my great grandpa involved in that war. In fact, was one of the major leaders in that war. Falowo, Ogedengbe, and a lot of them involved in that war. So if I tell you any history that I know about slavery, particularly in the southwest part of Nigeria, I'm telling you from history that handed down directly for people that experience it. So I'm not telling you about history that I read in books. No, I'm telling you about, if you still go to our compound in Ndoado today, you see where they call Akodieru. Those Akodierus, they were where they were keeping the slaves. They were keeping their slaves. Their slaves were not chained. Let me use that. Now, they will be chained from the war front.
That made it more humane.
When you bring them down, they will be chained. But the moment they get to the compound, they are Kodis. Those Baba back then, they had their spiritual way of enslaving even their slaves. So you won't even dare to escape, because as Eru, if you escape, that alone marks death penalty for you. So you won't even try to escape. And don't forget, like somebody mentioned, when you brought your Eru to your place, there are marks they make on their bodies. Those things were not friendly. They brutalized them. You use hot iron to make mark on the human being. And you are saying it's not the same thing. You are saying it's different from what the Europeans did or what the Romans did.
The Europeans went a step further, though. They were breeding people, taking children away, separating them from their parents, and walking them to death.
That was towards the tail end of the transatlantic slave trade in America. And then till today, they still try to deny it, although there were relics of history that are coming out every day to show that they were actually breeding slaves. When
Chinaja, can you hear me, or Ben? Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
They refused to allow their ship to move across the Atlantic, so they started breeding human beings. They started potting, mating. They put one man in the same space with maybe about 8 or 7 ladies to have children. They would select those ones that are healthy. They will kill those ones that are not healthy. They will castrate those ones that they believe that are not fertile enough, and all this. These are facts that are coming out from history from that angle, and they are trying to kill that history. But every day there are evidence to show that such slave breeding actually happened. But there is one area I want to touch. There are Igbos, who were slave owners and slave traders too. And history showed, I'll give you history of Moremi. There was Moremi. I don't know if you've read before about Moremi. Moremi reigned in the 12th century in Ile-Ife. Moremi was from somewhere in Ofa, present-day Kwara State, and he traveled down to Ife. He became Ayaba of Oromio. So he was a godmother. He was a wife to Oromio. So there were these Igbos who were coming to kidnap people and enslave them from Ile-Ife. And Moremi happened to be a very tricky woman, a very wise woman. The story ended by that Moremi surrendered herself to her allowed to be enslaved by those Igbo guys, and then he was able to get their secret. So what they were doing was, when they traveled down to Ile-Ife, the moment they got to the border, they would put their masquerade mask on, and then the moment the Ile-Ife guys will see masquerade their mask on them, they start running away, and by then they use that trick to pick slaves from their land, and they will take them to the Igbo land to farm. So Moremi actually tricked them. She behaved like a slave, and they took Moremi down to their town. There were different historians talked about where the present town is today. Some historians said somewhere in Enugu. Some historians said somewhere close to Ugoja, today. But every historian, there is consensus among every historian to show that they were Easterners who were traveling down to Ile-Ife to steal people and make them slaves in Igbo land.
Wow.
And so Moremi realized that it was palm front that they were actually using, and they were wearing as a masquerade. So she sneaked back. She found a way to sneak back to Ile-Ife and then reveal that secret. So it happened that the time they came last was when they came, the Ile-Ife guys confronted them and then set fire on the palm front, and then arrested some of them and executed them. So where I'm going is this. You see, this slave trade thing started within Africa.
But Benny, can I interject you? I think the history he just told us now about the Igbo.
Moremi.
The Moremi and the Igbo people. I don't think it's this present Southeasterner that are the Igbo that they are referring to. It's actually the Olugbo of Igbo that we have.
There were controversies among historians. And I also mentioned it over where is that Ugbo. So
I think my own perspective is this, and what I read is that Olugbo of Igbo we have today in the present place they are today.
Akinrutan.
Yes, they were the one that was occupying the throne of the present day Oni, the king of Ile-Ife back then. And Oduduwa, when Oduduwa came from the war front, he sacked them and they left Ile-Ife to where they presently are. And they were very, very mad that they were sacked. And the king that was reigning then in Ile-Ife was Obamakin Osongogon. So they sacked Obamakin Osongogon. So he moved to their present place where they occupy today, the Igbo, the Olugbo. So, and since they were sacked, they said they will show Ile-Ife and they will teach them lesson that Oduduwa that sacked them will not enjoy his reign in Ile-Ife. And that's why they've been, using those tricks, as you describe it, to come and, to wage war against Ile-Ife and disguise in the way you describe it, and took some people and run away to their homeland. And after some time, they will run back again, to ravage Ile-Ife with war. So it's not the southerner, it's not the southeasterner. It's actually the Olugbo of Igbo land in Ilaje area in Ondo State. So
yes,
he was he was the one.
I've read that version of
and why I believe that is that the king of Olugbo actually featured on one TV interview, and he described it exactly like that. That was what happened, because his own father, that was, his own great grandfather, that was the king there, Obamakin Osongogon. They killed Oduduwa father. Oduduwa father was the king before their own, this Olugbo's great grandfather. So they toppled Oduduwa father. They killed him while Oduduwa was away. I think Oduduwa, as a warrior, he used to go on, mercenary course to go and fight war. In these present days, they call maybe Libya and some other part of Africa. So it was on his way back from the war front that he had the news that his father as the king has been toppled and been killed, and that was what was responsible for him to launch attack against Ile-Ife and sack Obamakin Osongogon, who was the king then, out of Ile-Ife, and they left to where they are today. So the king of Olugbo of Igbo today featured on a TV program, and he described the history exactly the way I described it now. So that's why I believe that it's so vital. I think is the true.
I also think that maybe there is another physical aspect to this, because World Peace, I don't know, because you probably have your own history straight regarding the practicality of Igbos coming from the southwest, crossing the Benin Kingdom and the Ondo area to go and get to Ile-Ife seems like a tall order to be able to pull off geographically.
Let me tell you what. I'm happy that you hold on, just 1 minute. Let me hold on. Let me say something about what you said already. Even though I don't like, just hold on now. Wait, hold on 1 minute. Just one. I said 1 minute, and then you continue. 1 minute, 1 minute. Then you continue. It's okay. It's your turn. But let me just say that in the topic of slavery, right? It's really childish to come talking about those kind of things. But if you must look at it forensically, okay, Igbos you don't have people in Igbo land, because when somebody's a slave, they normally don't forget their last name or their history. It's not like when you participate in slavery, then you just wipe out their memory. Slaves still maintained their culture. They maintained, some of them, their names. There's an activity where they're stripped of certain things, but slaves do know themselves. So when you look at it forensically, you don't have an Igbo land where you have people with Yoruba names or who trace anything back to the Igbo land. There's nothing like that. So I hate to be the conversation where we're always bickering about Igbo this, Yoruba this. There are some topics that are just not made for that. So everything you just said right there may be anecdotal. There are pieces of that here and there happening, but it's not true. It's a lie. They flat out lie.
Historians claim that Igbos originated from Yoruba land.
Well, look, they say things like that, but once you have to know, in those days, right?
Let Ogbeni respond now, because I want to come to the topic. Ogbeni respond. I don't want us to deviate from.
I'm going to say, in those days, you have Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. So if somebody from a Jod did anything, right? Historically, you're going to say it's an Igbo, even up to today. If you don't have like Hausa,
I think I just step away. If he was there,
I'm here. Okay, Passat. You see, there are many who think that I'm not here. I try to finish.
They don't like to hear the he wants to keep lying and talking tribal issues. In those days, you have Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. So anybody who did anything around Port Harcourt, Ejo, even Benin, it's an Igbo.
In those days, there was not. In those days, there's nothing like. There's not like Igbo. I'll give you dates and time. The word Igbo started 150 years ago.
That's nonsense.
So
you can also argue that there was nothing like Yoruba as a major distinct.
The Westerners were living. See, the Westerners were living. The Westerners were living as Anago people, Lukumi people. I'll give you names. Ife, Bomosho, at different time. I'll give you date and when.
Let's debate. I want to debate.
Hold on. You don't. Passat, when it comes to history, when it comes to hold on, Passat. It's not about shouting. It's not about shouting.
Can we? He's getting rowdy now. Let's keep ourselves. He's getting rowdy now. Let's keep Passat, please.
No, but you can't have a small tiny tribe.
Let's train ourselves in here and try to.
I don't know why Passat always shouting. You cannot give a coherent or tell us history about the Southeast.
You need to take charge of your environment.
Sorry.
Because there are children, YouTube doesn't like children coming on, adult platforms like that. So keep that in check. Prince Daddy, you wanted to say something?
No, it's me. It's still my space.
Yeah, forever. But let Ogbeni finish.
Okay. Ogbeni, please try to.
You have to know. Ogbeni has never.
Otherwise, we're going to be here till next tomorrow.
Ogbeni doesn't know what he's talking about. He's never
don't
left
rush Ogbeni now to Nigeria. Let Ogbeni have not even lied.
He's not rushed him. Prince Daddy has been waiting for more than 1 hour. He has not said one thing.
No, let him say something. I mean, Ogbeni was flowing before I interject. So don't rush. Don't garbage him out like that. You say
I'm not garbaging him out. Okay, Ogbeni, please go ahead and try to be reasonable.
No, I've been, I just, you see, history is history, and you don't bring emotion into history, whether it affects.
But you have to tell the truth. History is history. If you don't tell the truth, like you've been doing all night, every time you talk, you don't tell the truth. You just no, but he's not telling the truth. Why are you doing all that?
Please go ahead, Ogbeni.
You see, history is history. You can't use your oral talk in this 21st century to be nullifying what happened in the 12th century. That's the reality of things. You can't. And if you don't know history, you sit your ass down, buy books, and read. So when people that understand histories are talking, so that you'll be able to.
That's how somebody in Nigeria talks. I mean, what point are you making? You haven't made any point. Make a point. right? You in Nigeria, you haven't stepped outside. So when you come a platform like this, you're supposed to be listening.
So like that, mute him now. You have the mute power.
Ogbeni, please go to the point now. You know the guy is easy to say something, and you just
keep my space now.
you keep slowing it down.
You won't barrage me. You know, he doesn't. You know, he doesn't know the kind of person he's talking to.
I know, but why all the sense of entitlement?
He railroad me. That's
you know, feel sorry for the panelists too. Just try to get to the point.
Pastor, if we come to your turn, I could even yield my own turn for you. Let Ogbeni.
I know, but Ajelo Koko, he has not laid a foundation. I don't know.
Leave him now. I mean,
what qualification does he have?
You did your own.
I'm trying to mute him, Pastor. Come on, man. Try to be nice now.
Let him flow. Let us enjoy him. It will come to your turn again.
So you see, Moremi is an historical fact that happened. You may not know about it. You go and read. Moremi happened. Now, back to what Baba Jaleko said. You know, while I was giving my own story, I said there were different perspectives from different historians. You know, till date, some people still believe that Oduduwa never had any father. Till date, some said Lamurudu, who was Oduduwa's father, was not really Oduduwa's father. He brought Oduduwa. He became like a foster father for Oduduwa. That he came from Mecca.
But Oduduwa fell from the heaven, right? Oduduwa fell from the skies, right? Yeah. No, tell me, did Oduduwa fall from the skies?
Are you be civil?
No, answer that though. Answer that.
See, Pansa,
did Oduduwa fall from heaven?
Now. Please go ahead.
You sound too anti-intellectual.
Pansard, come on now. Let him finish.
We should be civil. He can't be interjecting and be interrupting. It's becoming on what kind of...
Please go ahead.
All I asked is a question. Did Oduduwa...
No.
Please go ahead.
You don't need to ask questions. I'm still flowing.
Ogbeni, please, the topic of today is not Oduduwa. It's slave trade. I know you're making reference. If you're still talking about responding to a person of Oduduwa, we'll change the topic, which I'm not ready for.
Yeah, we're basically talking, having a conversation about African Americans, the slave trade, and all the stuff we did. So
you see, the way this point connects to that point is just that. My point is that we were already enslaving ourselves, which some of our panelists believe that our own slavery. Some of the panelists believe that yes, there was slavery already within our own African space, but our own slavery was not as brutal as that of the Europeans and others when they came to us. And the point I'm trying to make was that no, our own also was brutal. And I gave example of why would you use iron to mark a slave and declare that slave to belong to you? Why would you change a slave's name, for instance, to probably the name within your home compound or one derogatory name? Why would you take a slave on to your farm to be working for donkeys of years to buy their freedom? Why would you castrate a slave? So these were also heinous crimes that we also committed against ourselves. And then why would you sell again? So we're selling our slave too. And I gave example of cross-border slavery. That's you coming. Yes, I would have given an example of Benin Kingdom, coming to other neighboring kingdom. But World Peace has already given that example already. So I was giving you history of how some historians believe that the Hugbos who came during Moremi time were actually from somewhere in Enugu who crossed Edo to Hondo, to Ile-Ife, that is Oshun, back then. But some historians pushed back and said, no, it was not that Ugbo. It was another one from Ondo State who was that Obateru's town. But by the way, some other historians recently said, no, it can't be the Obateru guys because their hometown was not in existence as a 12th century because Moremi was 12th century. So they believe their hometown came to being around 14th century. And that their hometown came after Oduduwa had come and gone. So there were histories, just like history of Benin and Ile-Ife, back and forth, historian coming and up and everybody giving his own artifact and everything. So it's not an attack against the Igbos, but that's his history. So, but it takes somebody with mature historical mind to really understand history and take it the way it is. When somebody is talking history, he's not attacking you. The person is just telling you.
Well, you're not talking history. Okay, cite one book. Cite a book and an author right now. Cite a book that you're talking from. Cite a book.
Don't come to my space.
No, you cannot make any citation. You laid no foundation, right?
Or disallow
No, wait a minute.
Look,
Niger is only fair,
he's
right?
Almost done. He's almost done. I will allow you to respond. I will allow you to respond briefly, Pansat. Let him just finish.
Okay. When it comes to your turn, you talk. You are not civil enough to interject or to interrogate with me.
Okay, I'll go after Benny, so that's fine.
Benny, are you done, Benny?
So that's just my point. And you are not even educationally qualified to even engage me.
Benny, you're a troublemaker, you know. Can you let that thing go?
Okay, let me respond. Can I respond before Prince Daddy? Let me respond to
with you. I join you with Abadale Koko. Wait for your own turn. You don't need to respond to me. You are not educationally qualified to respond to me.
Okay, Benny, thank you very much. And we have been joined by two African Americans. This is here, and so anytime you guys want to say something, you can say something because you are quite underrepresented. But there are a lot of stories that I'm hearing today that I didn't even know. I'm in Nigeria. No wonder Nakmizi is accusing me of of lying and doesn't know the story of the slave trade and stuff like that. So, but I must say, man, I must commend most of the Southeasterners, world peace. You guys really do, have your history nailed. Pansat, there's something going on in the South and the Southeast. We don't seem to have a clear idea of these things. And I'm glad that Asari Dokubo said a few things. But you didn't have much to say yourself, Pansat. So I'll give you 1 minute to respond, please. If you have any historical facts to share, that would be good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to be respectful of the topic, bring it back to the topic, because now we have others who have joined us, like you say, some from United States. So I will leave Obeni's diatribe and foolishness aside, because normally when you talk on a platform where you have a lot of people listening to you, you have to lay a foundation. You have to cite the work you did yourself, right? If you did a research, it has to be.
I've got to go.
It has to be.
We have no chance to speak.
Peer reviewed.
Ola, sorry about that. These people are too hot. They don't let people talk.
Please. Stop interrupting me, please. Don't worry. If he's leaving, just leave. So now, if you're not going to cite your own work, or if you're not going to show,
this channel has become a shadow of itself. What I see people doing is the interjection unnecessarily. Even some people speaking off key. This sort of a guy.
That's how you should be able to speak to.
No. Let me take it to you too, Nigeria. I've been on this show even before you acknowledge these two brothers from.
That's true.
And then you never even acknowledge it, and I'll be listening to every one of you. It took you forever to ever interject and stop others that are interjecting. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. I was on the show earlier today. It was the same thing happening over and over again. I don't blame Hola for even leaving because you guys just keep talking and interjecting unnecessarily. I mean, what we're doing here is academic. It's nothing. You're not in government. You are nothing. You bodies have no authority to provide any solution. But at the same time, people fighting and interjecting unnecessary. Even this same Pansat interjecting unnecessary. He once said he won't come back to this show. I don't know why he's even here this night again.
Yeah, it's okay. I get what your frustration, because you have been here for a while. I didn't even acknowledge you, and Ajahn Lekoko hasn't even spoken. He does say things a few bits here and there. But Pansat, please try to be reasonable. 30 seconds, just round up what you want to say so that Prince Daddy can have his say.
All right, no problem. So, like I was saying,
30 seconds.
Procedurally, if you're not going to tell us how you arrived at your conclusions, then you should cite a book, a research, something to back you up. You just don't come imposing stories, on an important topic. So based on that, I'm cautioning you as a moderator as well, right? You cannot sit there to enjoy an Igbo versus Yoruba fight. Is that what we're doing here? You already, as a Nigerian, you know that as an Igbo man, as I'm speaking here, that a lot of these charlatans from the Southwest are going to try to insult me. It's your job to push this thing straight to the major point we're talking about. So I'll yield back, but I want you to do your job on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not trying to trigger any kind of arguments between both sides. It's just we are sharing history here, so it's not about that. Prince Daddy, please go ahead.
Damn. So to Niger finally. Well, I'm just gonna spend like a couple of minutes, and I do what I can to take over actually. And those question I had earlier. So I heard War Peace earlier talking about, and I'm glad Ogbeni did answer that in his last submission, right? Trying to paint the picture that, like, you know, the kind of slavery that was practiced in Nigeria or Africa was like kindergarten slavery, or what you would call humane slavery. I don't buy into it. Okay, the notion that, you know, the Europeans were more brutal towards the black people or towards the African slaves, and when we had slavery, we were more gentle in our approach, and we allowed them to keep their culture and do all kinds of things. I don't believe that. Um, See, the reason perhaps why well, I guess maybe factually, actually, why the Europeans may appear to have been more brutal in their approach to slavery was because they had more, can we say, more responsibility, or their slavery required them to uh, to transport their slaves over a long distance, a long journey, right? So, you know, just like any, I mean, and of course, to them, it was just business as usual, right? They try to maximize the profit, you know, cramp people into the ship in a really animal-like way, um, to the best of their ability, and the way they did things was no doubt barbaric in the highest level. But to try to paint the picture that we Africans, no, we had this. Oh yeah, back then we said we didn't call it slavery. Who cares what we called it back then? A lot of things had names changed or codified along the way down the road. So the notion that a certain practice or system was in place and wasn't called that system does not justify or nullify if the system existed or not. Like, for example, female genital mutilation has been practiced for many years in Africa. It wasn't called that. It was part of the culture, many cultures, and it was encouraged by different cultures. But in today, it's a barbaric form of practice that is not encouraged, is condemned. Pretty much, you can say worldwide, but some cultures are still practicing such things. So, and I think was Allah that said it earlier. Also, we Africans, you know, we don't take responsibility for a lot of things. You know, it's always trying to point a finger at what the other person, maybe the white man or the Asian people did, but not us. It appears that we do everything so perfectly, which is a joke. That we never did anything wrong. Everything that we ever did was so perfect, and the reason why it went bad was because the white man came or this and that happened. And in saying that or having such a disposition is like, you know, paints us as perfect human beings, and we know that's a farce. That's a big lie. Because today we see how we interact with one another, and just in one country, tribalism and whatnot. It's not like we're united. Um, and then if you want to if you want to put it in a larger context with the African Americans or Black people around the world, we're not a really united people. We're not, and that's why it's very easy for other cultures to defeat us, be it in business or other fields. So and I know also I don't see, you know, I like history, especially current affairs, world affairs, as when I was young, you know. But history himself, I'm not big into it. Why? Because you know, because of revisionism. Okay, everyone, everyone has their own approach or interpretation, or how they forge their narrative about what happened in the past. That's why we have two competing two sides talking about one topic, and they seem to be so divergent. And you're like, are these people talking about the same thing? Because everyone wants to paint their own side as the better side, or the accurate account of history. Because something was written in the book, because something was passed down orally, doesn't make it true. It doesn't. And in fact, if you ask me today, many of the writers today, today's world, are meant to deceive people. Some people are good at it. In fact, many writers today are commissioned by certain people in order to deceive the public. They deceive the public. They introduce revisionism into history, so people are getting confused in a lot of ways. Okay, I like history and enjoy history when people talk about it, but I know my limitation. I know my limitation because the people talking about it themselves, it wasn't like they lived in that during that time, and even if they did, it's not possible they have and the entire reality accounts for what happened in the past. Everyone reads what happened in the past, so it's being passed down from one side to another. But it comes to a point you just try to use your own judgment somewhat
Thank
to
you.
see, well, if
I,
something was
I
true
wanted
or
to
not.
ask a question. I wanted to ask a question. This is a bit of a side. I really appreciate the way you today. I'm really surprised how strongly some
Tunaja,
of
can
our
I
people
come in for a
feel
minute?
about this. Yeah,
Tunaja,
you come in. You come in. I think some of these things he has said is quite important. The way he put it. This is just a bit of a distraction, so please forgive me. When he said something about that female genital mutilation, I was just curious that um, how is it that we also accept male circumcision and but the female one is not acceptable? I'm not so clear about that. Do you have any clear answer, Prince Adi?
Well, I can put my 2 cents in it. Maybe a medical doctor like BT or Simba can speak on that. But when it comes to the male circumcision, it's more of it's accepted in different cultures, readily accepted because it's good, right? It's more for hygiene purpose, right? It's more for other purposes, right? The removal of the foreskin there is to is to make it more. I don't want to use any vulgar word, but it's readily acceptable. But in the practice with the female, it's horrendous. It's more like I can't explain it because I'm not
No,
one.
no.
But someone
In terms of function, I'm asking what is it? Because if you think about it, from what I know of the male circumcision, they are taking flesh off, and the male
right.
female one they are doing similar. So what is the specific difference
Nah,
that
they're
makes
not
the
they're
female
not
one
doing similar.
horrendous?
Again, I'm not
So
going to speak on it, but don't do
can I just
similar.
say,
I'll tell you though.
that's a
I'll tell
big
you,
difference.
they're trying to, from what I understood, okay, from what I understand, the in the African context, they're trying to remove a part of the female genital, whereby the need for sexual sensation is reduced or eliminated when they are young. Is more like is more like to deprive them of um, sexual pleasure. Unlike
Okay.
the men, it's not the case. Unlike the men, it is encouraged by many culture, but for them, is to suppress that desire. Okay,
So,
but
but
anyway, somebody should
so,
be speaking
so
on
some
that.
can argue that the men do lose a little bit of stuff when
But,
they do
but
that.
there are more actual health benefits for circumcision.
That's what I said. Yeah,
The hygienic part of it. Even if you look at HIV, HPV, you reduce that chance by almost 50% if you're circumcised.
is that right? Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
even there's some studies about UTI low, but it's not that impactful. But in terms of like even cancer rates, that comes down a little bit. Infections rate come down. Cancer dependence, but I know when it comes to acquired infections, you reduce that chance by half if you're circumcised. So the health benefit of it is But I won't say back then they knew about the infections rate. Maybe they knew. I'm not sure. But in modern medicine, it's more beneficial health-wise to circumcise.
Okay, thank you. Let me stop that before we go too deep in that. Let's go back to
can I come in?
Let me land, and when I land, Diwali comes in.
Okay.
But so
I wanted to put something straight for Prince Daddy, but I wanted to reference it to Ogbeni too. But I don't know if I have the permission. Can I just be jumping in?
I'm sorry. There's been a bit of an intervention that we need to straighten our act because a lot of people haven't spoken. So, Prince Daddy, please go ahead and close our world peace. And I think I would like to invite our African American brothers in. So that they can see, because they are a bit underrepresented, as we all know. But they don't talk too much. I think Brian and Devastating for you, they don't say too much. But it's good that they hear some of the stuff you guys are saying here. I'm really, really impressed. I'm really, really impressed. I didn't know that many of our people even held some of the views you have all shared here today. So, Prince Daddy, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, tonight. So, again, I'm always cautious about the revisionism that goes on in history, right? And how people try to paint a rosy picture. If you can accept that we are all human beings, that is equal, white, black, Asian, or whatever, that we are all equal, then we must also be accepting that we are capable as black people to commit evil also as equal as the white people. So, but we have a way of trying to minimize our participation in a lot of things, especially one that paints us in a bad light. I don't like that, and I don't buy into that. I believe the Africans back in the slave trade era were equally responsible for the things that happened based on the greed and selfishness. Is this selfishness only to the white man or the Asian man? Of course not, unless you're lying to yourselves. Okay, so we brutalize ourselves. Okay, and by the way, it's always amazing when I hear people talk about slave trade. If you ask everyone here that's an African or about that lineage, everyone's going to tell you that they came from kings and queens. Nobody ever came on the platform or an African that I met and said, "Oh, I'm a descendant of slave in Africa." Everybody's always king and queens. It's always amazing. And of course, I don't buy into that. Of course, also many of the African Americans, or some of the African Americans that were sold into slavery, they were descendants of real royalty, because some kings were, or some empires or whatever, were conquered and defeated, and they were sold into slavery. A good example of that would be in the book of Daniel, when Daniel and the three evil boys, they came from royalty and they were sold into slavery, and they became slaves, or somewhat promoted in Babylon when it came to Babylon. The same thing happened to the Africans. Not all Africans that sold into slavery were just commoners. Some of them were royalty. And of course, means that many African Americans in today America were from the royal blood. Thanks.
I think that is an original sin of our forefathers that
I think
this generation. Yes.
The way we are putting slavery is like we are putting that it started in Africa, it ended in Africa. Most especially started in West Africa, ended in West Africa.
No, sorry. I don't think that's what they are doing. Please.
No. That's what you are. That's what you are allowing.
Adewale has made an intervention. I think he's going to go next. I don't want to stray, except Adewale says you can go ahead.
Let everybody continue.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Let me interject, Prince Daddy.
Okay, go ahead.
The way Prince Daddy is putting it is like slavery started from us, ended in us, and which is quite funny. That's why they can't. Now this history is not turned against us. Like, oh, our parents sold slave, we did bad, we did that. It's wrong. And like I said before, a lot of people talking about slavery here.
Hold on. What do you mean it's wrong that we didn't sell slaves?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Let me land before you catch what I'm saying or what I'm about to say. A lot of people are saying slavery from the last 200 part. Slavery happened in Africa now to black people for 400 years. But we don't talk about the first 200 years. A lot of people don't know about the first 200 years. That's why I don't agree with a lot of people. A few people just talk about slavery from, they don't even know much about the slavery from 17th century. They know about this 19th century. West Africa. So what about the first 200 years in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria. Do you know how many people that were sold into slavery in northern Nigeria? You think everybody in America just from Lagos, from west and east?
Most of them is northern Nigeria. Is that what you mean, or North Africa?
Northern Nigeria, I'm talking about, not North Africa.
Northern Nigeria is West Africa now. It's still
I
West
know.
Africa.
So I'm talking about Northern Nigeria. When we're talking about West Africa, we are talking about West Africa. We mostly make reference to the west and the east, right?
You mean
Igbos and Yoruba.
the Nigerian part? Okay, I think that's how it needs to be. But the truth is, we know it's all West. It's all.
Yeah. So now for the first 200 years, there was no slavery like that in West Africa. I mean, in southwest of Nigeria, there was none, because we didn't allow it. That Chuku was doing that famously. The explosion of slavery in West Africa, mostly in Nigeria, started in 17th century when the British came. Then they started exploiting slave but it became business. Then Arochukwu, Port Ocado, which is Escravos, Lagos was a slave. They were selling slave there, but they would call Lagos, and Badagry was a slave camp. Oyo was a slave camp. Dahomey was a slave camp. Port of no return, that was Lagos. Ghana was the port they were shipping them from. So when we just say slavery, we just make sure that, our parents started it. I said, yes, people participated in slavery. That was the time it was turned into monetized slavery. When the British, the colonial masters, started teaching our people
can we call them Europeans, please?
Okay, European. Now, some of the people that were selling slaves in Nigeria, I could say they are never Nigerians because they brought them. Like the guy of Badagry they said he was captured a slave. He was captured when he was a baby, a child. Then he was trained by a slave master, I think a Brazilian, later brought back and stationed in Badagry so he can be selling slaves to his master. So where is the proof to show that man is in Nigeria?
Seriously, you have to get this European thing into your vocabulary instead of master, please.
Okay, you're sorry.
You
European.
You are quite a historical person, so you
hold on. Before I forget. Now we're talking about slavery again. Do you know everybody in America today, in Europe today? You know, we talk about American slavery. We have slave people in France too, in Europe too, Portugal, right? Now, do you know some people in the UK? In Caribbeans, in America, they never get to America by slavery. Do you know in the First World War, they put almost 400,000 blacks into a British military that never returned back? Second World War, France in particular recruited 300,000 black in their colony, they call it constabulary or whatever, to go fight in Second World War. What was the record? When they surrendered France, they surrendered those people to Germany. What did Germany do with them? You have record of that? My grandmother, in my father's side, the younger brother was kidnapped, forcibly put into the military. He never returned back to today. Precisely. And the children, those generation children in America too. That's why when the white people say, who are going to pay, we cannot pay you. Listen carefully and watch. There are people that took to America during colonialism, never returned back. Not kidnapped by the slave of 600 years, but forced into military in 1914.
I have when I was growing up, I know of one of a family member that went to one of these wars, and he came back. He became a bit of an alcoholic, but he went to one of the wars. I think the Second World War for the British. But he's one of the ones that came back.
Let's make progress now. Let others talk now. You have these two.
Hold on.
What is what you're saying is not important.
Okay, what is I appreciate your listening. Please round up so that
let me round it up. What I say is very important. So that kind of children, that like your uncle that came back, probably you have like 4 or 5 children in stage. You don't know, and those ones today will be claiming whatever slavery, but it's okay. But what I'm saying. The first 200 years of slavery, I can tell you, a lot of people don't have account of it. And slavery was not that much in the West Africa coast in the first 200 years. It was the later part of the last 200 years that slavery was there. And it was, I agree with Ogbeni, it was forcefully imposed on us. They were cutting our people before they started teaching our people the benefit of it, and those who have no choice. Those that have choice were
I know, but
deposed
look,
and replaced. Thank you.
Peace. When
Thank
you're
you.
having a
Thank you.
discussion on slavery, and you're talking about tribes,
Pastor,
I mean,
please hold on. Please
I mean,
hold on,
think about it. It
Pastor.
doesn't make any sense.
I never
Pastor,
talk
please
about
hold on.
I never talk about a tribe, Pastor. You should not so dull and stupid the way you are. You will not come and
come
talk
on
tell me
now.
to
Let's
that
not
like. Did
do
I
that
call?
now. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Come on. Let's be civil here. Please, Baba T and Ajan Lekoko, if you may excuse me, let me just introduce Devastating for you and call me Brian. Devastating for you, welcome. And what do you think about what you've heard so far? I take it that you've been listening to some of the discussions.
Yes, Tunaja, appreciate it. Yes, I've been listening for a little bit. Quite interesting discussion. I see everybody's kind of energetic and expressive. Yes, yes, yes. But yeah, I was trying to get a feel from the other Black Americans that may have commented in the comment section or on the panel. You're saying nobody from the U.S. has responded to this stream at all, or?
Nakmizi was here earlier on, and
oh, okay.
Yeah, he did respond, and yeah, he did give a lot of you know how Nakmizi rolls now.
Right. Technically, he's not on the ground in America, so yeah.
Okay, yeah. Is he in Europe now?
Yeah, the Netherlands. Holland.
Yeah. That's Netherlands too. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I am here in the Midwest, Chicago, and
nice.
Our perspective has been what someone alluded to earlier on what we have been provided. Like you said, if we're under the education system, the academic system, the mainstream media system, then before the internet, yeah, our options were limited in terms of what happened, what was the truth, records destroyed, property destroyed, families destroyed, cultures destroyed. So it is kind of difficult to try to retrace and actually find out what happened on an entirely different continent.
Yeah. And so from what you've heard, I don't know how far back on the show you started listening, because did you hear some of the views of some Africans or Nigerians about African Americans? Some of them were saying that some African Americans needed to move on from basically the history of slavery and start charting a new path forward. And while others are saying you can't do that because clearly there is a legacy, and the system is not even exactly been taken off completely. So I don't know whether you heard that, because it was coming across as if some of us didn't necessarily empathize enough with the African American situation. But in the truth is that we too are in the same situation. I think I tried to express that during that conversation. I don't know whether you heard it. But from what I've heard so far, after that, many fellow Nigerians and fellow countrymen, they seem to be very clear that what happened was terrible, and that it was a terrible thing that we did to ourselves. If anything, some I think Nakmizi wasn't very clear about that to an extent, but from the way Ogbeni and Prince Daddy, the way they came across, it seems like they consider it very, very serious too, and I find that quite a positive thing, and that we need to start understanding that this is an original sin. And that sin seems to still be present within the continent, because we haven't we haven't completely exorcised that aspect of ourselves that can see our fellow human beings as people that we can just give away like that,
right?
Without questions. So I don't know what you think and what you had. Just you can summarize and just so that we can go to Call Me Brown. I know Call Me Brown must be eager to talk about Congo and Sudan.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. To be concise and kind of just shorten it for the panel, I don't think we need to ignore or quote unquote move on, because there's nothing to move on to without acknowledging what happened, or at least have an idea of what happened. And if what happened involved natives from the continent, then hey, that needs to be acknowledged without necessarily getting into confrontation physically, or any other type of confrontation. I think we can sort out some of the differences and just acknowledge, hey, this is how it was. It wasn't just slavery that was being traded. I know this notion that people have this idea that the Europeans didn't have anything else to do, and they just woke up one morning and decided to started trading slaves. No, the commerce involved various commodities, spice trade, sugars, various agricultures, merchandise. Slavery was a part of that. And from what I read, hey, our brothers and sisters followed suit. I mean, that's just how it was. I don't know what they're expecting from those who want to make it like a guilt trip, other than I see the reparations crowd coming around, but no one's going to pay you in pain or any amount of currency that's going to rectify your pain or anguish or anxiety. So if that's what they're looking for, that's not going to come.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask him a question? Since you are not with the FBA crowd of reparation on both on the African side or both sides, you don't believe in that, do you?
No. I don't follow any group. No.
Okay. But you don't believe in the cause either, like this pay me by land or resources or whatever.
I support reparations from a colonial standpoint,
but not the African side of the divide.
No, I don't want any money from anybody in Africa. No.
In Africa. Okay.
No,
thanks.
No.
Okay. Thank you, devastating for you. And I really I've missed call me Brian for a bit, and because I've lost touch with what is going on in Congo, and but the Sudan one definitely I'm a bit in touch with it, and I try to share some of this story with our fellow Nigerians. Call me Brown, please go ahead. I'm sure he's been listening for quite a bit. So, what do you think about what you've heard?
No, I've been listening on and off. In the conversation, and everyone made some pretty good points. Even though I might disagree with certain people, I mean, we could all agree to disagree, and then because we all have our own interpretation about events. For me, studying the whole transatlantic slave trade, and it seems like the United States is always the center of it. I guess we have the biggest mouths, I guess, in the Western Hemisphere, since the United States only got, according to historical books, 388,000 so and so, or maybe no more than 500,000. Whereas out of the 12.5 million slaves, most of them went to places like in Latin America and the Caribbean, just to keep everything pretty much realistic of the gravity of it. And also, I always emphasize, we came from many different regions. We didn't come from one region or one group of people within the African continent. Like I said, from Senegal all the way to the Congo, Angola, some places in possibilities. What is it? Zambia, all the way to the coastal Mozambique, and also Madagascar. Some people, having said that, it's hard to quantify when it comes down to blaming Africans, since the whole concept of we being all one people did not exist, and it still doesn't exist. You know, I mean, like, for example, if you read certain testimonies of slaves, and one person, I think it was Prince Daddy, he's correct. A lot of slaves were, you know, pretty much chattel. Some of them were farmers. Some of them came from families, but some of them were royalty. And here's the thing. Certain African Americans might have that blood. So are we going to blame their ancestors for selling other Africans on the continent, but their ancestors got caught as well? So the blame kind of goes, if you look at it both ways. Most slaves who were taken to the Western world were prisoners of war. Most of them. A few of them were criminals and convicts or what have you in given societies, but most was prisoner of war. Warfare happens. That happens in many different societies across the planet. You know, the victor conquers the other group, you know, rules them, or even sometimes enslaves them. That's been the course of humanity throughout the centuries. You know, I'm very, very realistic when it comes down to that.
So, but you know, this concept where you hear people like the way you put it, that we are not one people, I think maybe we are missing it, because like Europeans are not one people.
I'm gonna do a screen share, right?
Okay.
And this is going to be these slaves, according to records in Louisiana. Like I said, Louisiana was a little bit different from what is now the United States because it wasn't part of the United States for quite a long time. And I think I showed you this a long time ago.
Are you talking about that manifest?
Pretty much the sheets where, you know, they said the 18th most frequently slaves ethnicity.
Oh, yeah.
In Louisiana.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
You got, what time frame is this?
This is around They gather it. Hold on, let me make sure to get it for you, because it's on top of it, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, from 1719 to 1820.
Okay.
And they have the genders, the ethnicities, you know, from Barbara, Mandinga, Nar, or whatever more, Fulani, you know, Wolof, from the, you know, Benin, Biafra, Central Africa, and then I guess a small group from the coast of Mozambique.
So I'm sorry, Speaker. I thought what we said that there was no Edo individual involved.
We never saw slave. We never saw slave. Hold on. Hold on. It's not. Hold on.
Let's is the slaves they caught from the war.
Hold on. Let's be civil here. What is right there? Bites of Benin. Who were in Bites of Benin? It was not this place. Satoma Principle. We people don't know history. We just don't start laughing.
There's Edo there. You can see the Edo now.
Listen. We were never Edo till 400 or 500 years.
With how small Edo is, 38. It's like maybe.
Hold on. Listen. In Benin City, if you in the boat, the ships that ferry slaves, there's one secret that America has not declassified yet, and the blacks are not really want to push further. This concept that every slave lost their name is not really true. When slaves, they started telling slaves' name, go and check the history.
Now, why would you have him
shut up. I'm not talking
okay, let's allow Comey Brown to carry on. I think we have lost our privilege.
No. You got
come on, Comey Brown. Please, you see how
let me make my point. We are all adults here, but I don't like some people behaving like kids here.
You have to be quick about it though, so that I can.
Let me be quick. Calm down. Let me be quick and let me make my point. It's about my people. This is a serious matter here. We're talking about. We'll take a picture.
Is it 5 seconds?
Yeah, Pastor, let him talk now,
please. Quiet. Listen, when blacks started losing their name, go and check the history. They went to meet a specialist in Germany because there was always a riot between the slaves, among the slaves. The slave owner had to go to Germany and ask. Even the word snack, people don't know where it came from. And God told them, what are you guys doing? You folks keep this put together. There will be rioting. The slave in Germany was very humble, and they asked him how. He said, you have to take the
this
kids.
is not important now. Let's go back
Quiet.
to
Let me make my point. Let me point. You said you have to say, quiet now. You quiet.
Please.
Why you always building your just quiet.
Just because he can
go ahead now. See, Panzer, please, I will let you talk. Just let him finish.
No, let the person who's talking talk. Not me. Let the person who's
talking.
Just quiet.
I agree with you. World Peace, you got 1 minute.
So they start taking the keys from them. Now go check it. Before they start taking the keys from them, they still have the record of those people they took and their names. Why is the black not going further? Why are we sticking with the slave master name? They were names before they change their name. The boats are there. Go to Portugal. The people that have the issue is not is there. It's clear. Portugal, Rome.
But do you notice something? Though? If you look at this manifest, you see the Congo area. They just put 2,000 something. They didn't even bother identifying the tribes.
We always
I have to highlight that. It looks like I have to say that because they actually
because of the Stono Rebellion. The Stono Rebellion. We were the most rebellious. I mean, the Congolese.
Come on, man. I have to say that, but even then they had to demarcate between the different groups in Nigeria. But when they went to Congo, they're like, okay, we just got 2,000 of them. Let's just take them along. But in Nigeria,
they always
even 38,
they had to people, bro.
Always. They were scared of Nigerians for some reason, man. They were just
think about it. The Stono Rebellion was started by Angolans and Congolese.
Oh, seriously?
It brought fear to the people of in South Carolina.
But still, though, this manifest is very interesting because they literally identified the individual groups when they came to the West Africa region. But the other side, they're like, okay, let's just think that they're just human beings. I think that's good. I find that very interesting.
People who lie from Edo, you could catch them with documents like this, right? This is
listen, Pastor. Listen, you are among the dullest panelists on this place.
You're not gonna deal with
You are too dull. You are too dull for me to engage. You are too dull for me to engage because you don't even know when you left.
Okay, Brian, please carry on. Nobody, please interject again, please. Because you guys have lost the privilege to do that. You have just been a little bit, disorganized. Please, call me Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like everybody's points. Everyone pretty much contributed to, their interpretation of events. I like the one guy's point as far as history. History is pretty much is not certain. That's one thing. Studying history is definitely not certain. History always belongs to the victor, and sometimes we have to pretty much, find those gold nuggets and pretty much search for what is true and what is not true.
Yeah. I think we agree with that. So, from what you've taking all this into account, I mean, clearly it's from different regions, and what you've had from Nigerians, because this is not a very broad African panel.
Right.
So, do you think some of us are getting, making peace and understanding what truly happened in the past?
I mean, if you're talking about as far as individuals are trying to find out, but in a national level, I don't think is not much is carried out in Nigeria.
And you think it would be a good thing if it gets to the national level?
Only countries I could see really discussing it a little bit, and they have the whole museum on it. It's probably Ghana and probably Senegal and probably Angola as well too. Angola have a lot of records. A lot of records. I was watching what's that show? Skip Gates, Finding Your Roots. Oh man, they have a trove of records, in regards to the slave trade. It was featuring Chris Tucker because Chris Tucker have one of many ancestries in Angola. That's why I was disputing with one of my friends. He do have a Malagasy ancestor. He's from Virginia, and a lot of Malagasys went to Virginia. But I'm like saying, okay, what about your other ancestors? And he was like saying, what are you talking about? Well, I said, most likely, you have a Nigerian ancestor. I mean, a lot of Igbos was sent to Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like saying, what about that? I mean, are you searching for that? I mean, why are you honing into that? I understand it. You got that. I mean, I know historically speaking,
So, Nigeria, are we allowed to push back on this list?
Yeah, we'll push back on this list. Don't worry. When he's done, let him just finish what he's saying.
Yeah, but when he's done, is there like order or people just jumping in like?
Then there is an order. Don't worry, and like Missy will get to you. You know, African Americans have privilege because they don't have. Okay, you guys are getting probably by the time two people come in, it's equal, isn't it? But you are underrepresented. Besides, we are talking about you. There's no need. So you have privilege. You'll be able to talk. Sorry. Let this thing Comey Brown and carry on.
Yeah. You know, I was trying to explain to him we had an amalgamation of many different groups. We're not just one particular group. You know, you probably have, I told him, probably got ancestors most likely from the Congo. You got ancestors from, you know, like I said, a lot of Igbos were sent to Virginia. You got ancestors from, you know, the Fon, from, you know, Ashanti, many different groups, you know, of Africans. You might have a Muslim ancestor, you know, who could be Fulbe or, you know, the Wolof people, you know, whatnot.
But I've been curious though. Let me ask this question. I've been curious. Why is it that there are so many people that when they check their genetics, that Nigerians pop up quite a lot? Because by your analysis, it should be spread out a little bit more.
I think
is it that Nigerians are better at surviving or something?
No, not really. Because for me, and which is kind of weird, I got Central Africa, and also, you know, that region is my dominant genetics. As far as African genetics.
So, sorry, I know you're not moderating. I won't tell you how to moderate, but is this thing we need to push back on it? You know, I really want to push back on it because
you have a chance. I know you are passionate about this.
Because then I want to speak.
Yeah,
you know, because,
allow the African Americans to speak. You have your chance to speak. Nigerians have had almost all the show. Let's face it. And so just please go ahead.
But then again, you still have, let's say, if you go to Louisiana, you have place names. You don't have a Ibu Square, a Hausa Square, a Yoruba Square, but they're certainly called a Congo Square. And a lot of Central African place names are, you know, in many areas, you know, Louisiana. I go to Louisiana all the time. So for me, we're a mixture of all those groups. And to demarcate one group over another, I think is pretty much an unfair analysis to our ancestors.
Oh, I agree with you on that. It's just that you have to admit that Nigerians are representing. It's just
it really depends on what it is. For me, it's Central Africa. It is. I mean, that's the reality. Who want to? Let me say two nights. Who want to represent the Congo? Let's be for real.
Why? Why not? They want to. If you do your genetic
you know,
test,
that's kind of one of the worst countries. To be honest with you, the worst countries on the African continent.
The genes won't lie. What I take is that if you do your genetics and they point you to Congo, it is what it is. But the rate at which Nigeria is turning out, I find it a little bit astounding.
I mean, especially for people in South Carolina. I mean, you know, parts of South Carolina, it is the case, and that's just the reality. And the amount of people that came there from that region, along with.
By the way, this document shows the source, which is from Louisiana Slave Database. So I don't know what somebody's gonna push back. What you have to show something, right? The best evidence rule. If you're gonna push back on this, you have to manufacture your own. We're not gonna rely on a liar.
Thank you for that, Pansat.
So let me just shut your pipe up.
Hold on. Can we, you know, let's leave this for the time being. It's not going to be that long. Then you guys can go on again. World peace. Let's speak to our other Nigerian brother, Nakmizi. You know, so you made. You're welcome, Nakmizi.
Go ahead, good brother. Look, man, I think to answer your question about why we have. You know, I would tell you, I did 2 different DNA tests and Nigeria came up as a majority in both of them. Even that, understanding that it's a mix of all Western and Central Africans due to chattel slavery. I think Nigeria was more prominent, but, you know, it is what it is. I really want to speak about the reparations point. Reparations is to repair. It's not necessarily to pay anything. So when I made my comment via a super chat, it was really speaking about the brown card, which is a way for diasporans that want to go back to the continent to dip their toe on the continent, and maybe they want citizenship, maybe they want land. So I think that's a good start, right? And if they don't, then they may have to cut the check because African leadership was involved in selling other Nigerians, and that's why I brought it into specific empires. If you don't come from an empire that was complicit in it, your people don't have to pay anything. And there's a couple of ethnic groups that had no dealings in slave trade. So when they say, "Oh, every Black American is part slave," you got to be able to tell me what ethnic group I'm from. Since we're mixed up with multiple ethnic groups, I just say go back to those empires that are complicit, and then we can get to talking. But those empires are complicit, so they should either pay, offer land, or something. But there has to be reparations coming from the continent as well as the colonizers.
The problem is, sir, that those so-called empires are now part of a country now under a law.
Right.
So how do you then go to those, because those kingdoms don't even exist, or they're not that big as they used to be before. They're all split over now. So how do you now go to what would be a state now? Like, let's say the old Oyo Empire now, which is now in Oyo State now. So it's like you go to Oyo State and say, well, there was a kingdom here 400 years ago that did A, B, C, and D. So therefore, we need to have a negotiation, because that would then be a discussion with the state government, not the Oba. So how do
now
you
who's
go?
the president of Nigeria now? Is it Tinubu?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't have to tell anyone that he comes from a line of slave traders, right?
So, that's not the point. Can we stay on the point?
No, wait, but I'm not finished, brother. Let me finish. I'm the Black American. The show is about us today, right?
I give an example.
The show is about us. The show is about us, brother. Let me finish.
No.
Stop acting like,
I give an example.
Stop acting like a slave catcher, brother. Let me finish. I'm going to answer your question.
I give an example of Oyo.
You're not going to talk over me. You're not going to talk over me, brother. You're responding to my comment, okay? And I wasn't even finished. But to answer and put respect on your thing, yes, Nigeria is now a country, all right? So the empires at this point have been meshed together by white people, and Nigeria. Okay, cool. So then the government of Nigeria should get together and then pay reparations. Now, those slave trading empires should pay the lion's share of those, or Yoruba land and Igbo land, whoever was complicit, and they're paying taxes into the national tax system, should pay the lion's share of it. That's to answer your question.
But I thought you said they didn't have to pay money.
But because he said
some people don't want money, because some people don't want money. Some people just want to go back. Reparations comes in many different forms. So if there are people that want to go back, if that brown card is real, give them a brown card, let them dip their toe in and say, yeah, this is where I want to be, and then give them some land, and that can be their reparations. Those like myself who don't want to live in Nigeria, I would love to visit, cut me some cash, and I'll add it to the colonizers' cash in America, and I'll do what I want with it.
I see.
Quick question. Who should initiate the reparation payment first, America or Africa?
Excuse me?
Which side should initiate the payment of reparation, or the reparation first, America or Africa?
Africa.
Okay, I think this can be handled regionally.
Let me. You see where I was going with this, though, because earlier on he said that only the kingdoms responsible should pay.
No, I don't think that's realistic anymore. I think it can be done regionally.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Then he said they should pay the lion's share of it. That the Nigerian government should then get together and determine, okay, this part A, B, C, A, D. But the details of it, maybe we can have that discussion a different time. But it's just it needs to be more specific about ways.
Okay, well, does Yoruba land is the Yoruba region were they complicit? Then they should pay. Is what they're trying to call Igbo land complicit? Then they should pay.
Let me
that is not how it's going to work.
Let me.
It said Nigeria actually pay first.
Even Nigeria not one section of Nigeria.
I'm trying to see
even Yoruba land
to go first. Why should they go first? If you don't mind.
Can you allow me, please? Even Yoruba land Oyo Empire was the big one. Not everybody in Yoruba land sold slavery. As a matter of fact, people were oppressed in Yoruba land. So when you use a blanket when you say Yoruba people, so that's why I said I gave the example of Oyo Empire to be more specific. So when you say a tribe or ethnic group like Yoruba and you use that word, it's not accurate to just say, okay, Yoruba should pay ABC. So you must be specific of where exactly you want that to come from.
Okay, quickly, Baba T.
And then we'd be on here
Not
for
all white
We'd be
people.
on here
Not
for
all white
hours
people were
to do
engaged in
that.
slavery neither. Not all white people were engaged
Exactly.
in slavery.
So the thing is, and to put respect on the brother's comment, is that we're not going to nitpick here. We've already, and I'm glad that people have already admit that there was Nigerian involvement in the slave trade. So Nigerians should pay, or the Nigerian government should pay reparations, period. And if your kingdom wasn't involved in it, then you should probably
you see the problem. You see the problem. When I told you, let's go into that information that guy brought for let's push back at it. You said, oh, let's leave it later. Now you see, BT is telling you that not everybody from Europe participated in slavery. And I said, no, it's not every white man. Every white people benefited from slave produce, from the institution all to Harvard, Yale, the Rothschild. America was built by the back of the blacks. European as in general was built by blacks, slaves. Now let's go to that this thing. Sorry, I don't like this. But in fact, this guy, thank you for bringing this. Now let me bring your attention. So that I looked at what you're saying just now. It said Bight of Benin is in the hinterland of the north. Does that make sense to you? Look at it. Bight of Biafra came in after the 1844, after the Congo Summit in Germany, which people call the way they used to divide Africa West. Berlin Conference. It's actually Congo Conference. Go and look it up.
Bring your document. Bring your document.
I don't just have documents.
You don't have a document. You don't have it.
I don't talk to dope people like you.
Okay, now this is the generation.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. That area. Hold on, please. You see the
or lay a foundation.
Hold on.
I will let you respond, Pansat. I will let you respond.
It's never been
let him finish. I will allow you to respond. Please, 1 minute, world peace. Please just respond so that Pansat can.
No. You are just something I don't like, Trinidad, but it's your turn. It's your.
It shouldn't be too long now because there are other people.
No, it's not about too long. When we said
let's forever.
I know. When we said let's push back on this, you said no. Later. See what you escalated to. That document, this World Count document, the European brings to change, to turn us against ourselves. Every slave document, they still have the record. Well, thanks for bringing that. First of all, the word
let me respond, please.
I'm not talking to this guy now. Why this guy dropping on my tongue?
I'm not talking to you. Let me talk about
let me finish.
He's gonna finish soon, Pansat. Just let him finish. He's gonna finish. Just finish now.
These are the makeup.
Just be patient. 1 minute. I gave him 1 minute.
Hold on, please. This document, seriously, I'm seriously looking at it, and I cannot take it. I think anybody can go and write something up. First of all, those words they used in the 17th century was not in existence. We are not called Edo people. Edo is a language. We are Benin. If you meet any Benin man, Edo man outside Nigeria, even now in America to Nigeria, ask him, what will he tell you? He'll tell you I'm a Benin person. We speak Edo language. We don't speak Benin language. So you cannot see a list and say a Edo man wrong. You cannot see a list and say Yoruba man in the 17th century is wrong. Then you see Ogbomoso, Ilaje, Oyo, wrong. This western part of Nigeria cannot be in Benin. Bight of Benin was not just being Bight of Benin.
Tonight, your time's up. What he's saying doesn't.
I'm still timing him. He's not up yet.
What's this guy? What's wrong with this guy? We have put the bigger mistake they made there. The bigger mistake they made there. They put Benin, Oyo, and some other people in Biafra and put the northern in Bight of Benin. Bight of Benin was only for Benin because they are the old. You're not like republic. You own your street by your Bight, the street of Gibraltar, and all that. So that document
he's
is
not gonna listen to that
that document is fake and thrown away.
It's up.
Please,
Sorry,
please,
I'll come back to you. I just want Pansa to have his say because he's been itching to say something for a long time.
all right, thank you. Could you put up that document again?
I'm going to put the timing. The timing is there. Ajalekeko, do you want to say something after Pansat? Ajalekeko, are you there?
I will come in after. Let Panther say whatever I want to say, then I'll come after him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajalekeko. Now, what I put up that document, I just want to make one statement, then I will make my main point. I see that you see that bite of Benin, right? Then go up to bite of Biafra. I just want you to see who's under that Biafra. Could you go up a little bit?
Call me Brian. I think he wants you to.
Oh, okay. It's not you operating. Okay. See in that Biafra, you gotta do under Biafra. I just want you to remember that right now, while I make my other point. Okay. So now on the issue of, I support the reparation statement and the request by the gentleman here, right, who's talked about that. I'm with him on it.
Easy.
So now, who brought this document? Is it Pastor that brought this document? Who?
Call me Brian.
This document?
Call me Brian. Brought the document. Call me Brian.
Call me Brian. I just verified. I verified the source. There's no source about this document.
I'll send you the link and
the link is just created. It's just a created link. It's not to the museum. It's just created link.
What I'm saying is they have
can we allow?
Yeah, technically speaking, it was in the French language because at that time in Louisiana, like I said, it wasn't part of the United States. It was part of the French colonies and later on the Spanish colonies and stuff like that.
Yeah, so it was actually called
Go up to the source. Go up to the source at the footnotes right there.
There's no source. They should just quiet.
It's at the footnote. Just go up all the way to the
top. Let me share it.
I'll share the whole website, and then you could just.
I think I've got it already. You send it at the backstage. Let me share.
Oh no, that's just the list. I'm gonna give you the website.
Okay.
The guy who pretty much did it is he's from Cape Verde. He's a good guy. He does his research.
He's a made up. He's a person that you've made up. That's what I'm telling you. He's not with Louisiana Museum. I just set it out. You don't know who you're talking to. These are just made up by anybody that feel that he's doing his own research.
All right, let me reclaim my time.
In Louisiana, to be perfectly
honest. So are you making any point, Pansat, regarding Beth of Biafra? Because they didn't use it to refer to Igbo people alone.
Yeah, I used that to make. I just made a statement on that. So let's forget about that for another day. But I want you to mark that. It doesn't matter what is the guy in Japan's name calls himself. It's what others call you historically. You don't have any foundation to make a point. There's a footnote there that shows you that thing is from a government source in Delaware. You in Japan, the United States bombed the hell out of Japan and wrote
quiet.
Right? Let me land now. You have to mute him now.
Why is you and World Peace fighting today? What is this?
No,
I'm not fighting with this. I cannot fight with this.
Please.
Oh my God, come on, man. World Peace, that's
please mute him. Don't worry. Even if it's all, don't waste our time on that.
You can't do that, World Peace. Come on.
One thing you have to understand.
So you know what this fool said about my king? This fool that's talking here? Because I kept it quiet for 2 years.
I don't know.
Can you mute him? Just mute him. You don't have to respond to him. Now, what I'm trying to say is that I support the reparations request from all guilty party. And I don't care if it's from my compound. There should be reparations for the evil that slavery was. But now let's talk about the colonial period in Nigeria with the slave trade. This goes all the way back to 15th century. So since we don't have so much time here, maybe the best thing is to, if you promise that you read the book, I will give you a couple of books to read, right? So that way we can then have an enlightened discussion. We can't be talking about slavery and then it's going to be limited to somebody in Japan where they had a king prior to World War II. They didn't know what democracy was. The United States went over there, removed that king, cut his powers down, and wrote them a constitution.
Sorry, who is in Japan?
Yeah. That's World Peace.
So just because he's in Japan, he's not allowed to talk about his. Come on, man.
No. See, we here in the United States, we don't have enough respect. This boy should not even talk while I'm talking.
Oh my God,
Okay?
man, Pastor.
We wrote it.
Okay,
No,
I think
listen to
you've
me.
had
Listen.
your say now.
No, let me land. Let me land.
Let's allow John Lekoko speak. You're just insulting him now. There's
Okay,
no need
you
for
come
that.
back to me again because I want to make it. There's a point I want to make that's very important, pertinent to others
Okay.
listening to us. Please let our John Lekoko speak. Then you come back to me at some point. I want to make it a very important point. Thank you.
Okay, please, John Lekoko, thank you for your patience. You've been listening to all this stuff. So, what do you gather from what everyone has said?
Tonight has been very interesting interaction tonight. So I think our brother that is calling for reparation, I totally disagree with him. Calling for African to pay reparation to African American. I think I disagree with him, and the reason why I disagree with him is because people that does not benefit economically from slavery of others doesn't pay reparation. How do you want to describe us as being complicit in slavery of black people in Europe and America? I mean, we were under colonization. We were controlled. We were governed. Is it governed? Don't let me use the word rule. Don't let me use the word govern. We are forcefully ruled by the European. So how do you call us to come and, when you are under the rulership of someone that is powerful than you, you do what he asks you to do? We were powerless. And that was what was responsible for us and our king back then to participate in giving out our people. That was what the criminal European or criminal colonial
Powers
did.
But were we totally forced? Because we were not colonized till the late 18th, 19th century. That's 18 something, late 18 something to early 19th something. That's when we were colonized. So most of the history were freely. As a matter of fact, some of the conflicts was because some of our kings want to carry on selling slaves. When Europeans didn't need slaves anymore, they had become mechanized. Then they outlawed it, while some of our king wanted to carry on selling slaves. So that they use that excuse to actually trigger a war, especially in the case of Lagos. That's one of the reasons why there was a war in Lagos. And that was the first foothold the Europeans had on the Nigerian space in terms of taking over territory completely. So are we not complicit? It's not like they totally forced us, and we benefited from it. Because if you are saying that we didn't benefit from it as of today, yes, but in terms of at that time, the king got the payment and used it for whatever the people wanted, or maybe he used it for Gogoro or for his own mirror or something like that. But the king got the benefit from it, so it's not entirely blameless. Are we entirely blameless?
True Niger. The war in Lagos, what year was it?
I don't know the precise year, but I think it was late 18th century. That's 18 something to early 19 something.
Hold on. Do you know what led to the war?
I think it has something to do with the Kosoko and conflict between the two kings. Then the British wanted to stop slavery.
Hold on. Say it properly so a foreign audience should understand. Conflict about throne or conflict about trading?
Both.
No, not both. Sorry.
What happened? The British came for trading, while the kings were.
No. Let me tell you. I don't know what you'll be reading. What happened? Okay. There was I cannot get my brain is not that fast right now. I told you the king that was there.
Forget your brain. Give us a citation.
Get
Where
out here, man. What's your business?
Where are you reading? Who are you citing?
Who are you? Get out of my front.
Two of you. What is this thing?
Let me talk to you.
Please take it easy.
Listen, Kosoko was actually a grandson. What happened when there was a riot in Lagos, and they sent a message back to Benin. That's when Benin actually stopped sending kings to Lagos, ensuring king in Lagos. When there was a riot, then there's a message that the king was not treating the people nicely, and the Oba Benin sent to the king like Zegbele means commit suicide. You are done run against your people. That was Benin tradition, but he didn't commit suicide. He drank poison. Now the throne and the Lagos Palace said, okay, Benin should not send king again. That they will choose king from their own domain that will take the next throne, so to avoid this conflict. They chose Kosoko. His brother was actually claiming right to the throne. Since he's dead, he is the next in throne. He's supposed to take power. That was the tussle. But the people of Lagos favored Kosoko, and Kosoko took the throne. Now, when Kosoko took the throne, he first of all had a fight with Kosoko. Kosoko defeated him. He now went to the British. He was looking at his superior power. But meanwhile, British have an interior motive. He went to the British to tell them, like, the letters are there. The letter he wrote to the British admiral that the Benin throne, the king of the king is supposed to come to him. But he was
denied. Gossip now.
Quiet.
So, please, I want to
it looks like I got the time wrong. What was the time I got that wrong?
Ajalekoko, could I?
Finish now, Pansa. Come on.
Pastor has no historical value for where he's coming from, so I don't bother myself with him. You understand? Is this around 1850?
World peace come. There is still noise coming from your background. Not noise.
Hold on. Let me land my point.
Japan is not letting us talk about important stuff.
Let me land my point. I don't want to be talking like
baby.
Do you have kids? You don't. So that's why you're talking. So listen.
But my kids are older than you.
Peace. Come on, this is okay. I will send both of you now. We'll just close this thing. It's already gone too long anyway. We are going to be closing this.
Let me say something to Ajalekoko, please, before you continue. Ajalekoko, I want to cite a couple of books, okay? Because that's the way we should be dealing with these things. And the guy who is also asking for reparations, right? I want you to go and look at John Edward Phillips' book that's entitled What's New About African History. Right, and then the more important book is by Toyin Falola, that's titled Nigeria as a Colony. It will show from the Portuguese and how the British. Now, those are the people who are in charge. Those are the people who should pay these reparations. These are the Portuguese, and then the British. They came in and they were using divide and conquer, and they participated in the slave trade. Granted, they eventually helped to end it. So you didn't really have Nigeria like you have it now. So coming to ask for reparations from Nigeria as an entity, yeah, I'm not against you trying. If you could win that legally, I will support it. I believe reparations should be paid if you could make the case. But for me, the fastest way for you to get reparations is from the British and the Portuguese. And that's my 2 cents on that. I gave you those 2 books. If you read that history, then we don't need the gossip from market women, from this guy in Japan, babysitting over there. He's never been to the United States and he has no respect whatsoever. It's a noisemaker. And you should,
Pastor, I will not come low to you because you're so dull for my liking, so it's okay.
One Piece, I didn't know you were such a troublemaker. You won't let anything go.
Sunaja, let me tell you something. This guy insulted his father 2 years ago, but he thought I forgot. That's why you don't know which Benin are very different. We never forget.
We are seeing holy grudge.
Yeah. No, I don't think grudges.
This guy, he has a king, right? So he has a king that has nothing to do with me, right? So if you have a king, that's your king. I'm a king in my own house. You're insulting me. I'm a king, right? So you have a king, so you worship your king. That is none of my business.
That is not,
this guy's insulting me.
Let's leave it. You're not helping. I think we have to round up. This conversation is just degenerating now. I will allow John Lekoko finish his listing, then the African Americans, and that's the call me Brian. Devastating for you. Prince Daddy will just say our goodbyes, and because I think the conversation has been very, very informative. I've learned a lot myself. That's for sure. I've learned a lot, man. Everybody has shared so many these important details, and
what did you learn? What did you learn?
I learned about
one thing you
the
learned.
wars in the Yoruba distinct kingdoms, and how and the treatment of the slaves, the details of the treatment of the slaves, and how
That's
even the
important.
interaction. No,
Is
hold
that
on now.
important? I mean, come
I
on,
thought
that's
you
not
asked me a
important.
question. I'm giving you these details now. Because I'm trying to tell you that the Benin Kingdom, how they worked with the Portuguese to defeat the Igala people and stuff like that. So these are the actual real details that I wasn't aware of before. So yeah, we are sharing, and Nakmisi, I see that he's able to articulate his own point, even if a lot of people disagree with his position. So there are quite a lot of things. I'm not even sure I've completely soaked up everything. So please, Ajay, go ahead. Ajay, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, as I was saying, I totally disagree. For us to pay reparation, we did not benefit economically as a kingdom or an entity at all.
But what if when you sold slaves, then you got protection from the Europeans? Is that not a form of benefit?
Which protection did we get from the Europeans?
The idea is, like in the case of the Benin that they gave out as an example, they worked with the Benin to go and defeat the Gala. You see what I mean?
Benin case, Benin was looking for more territory.
And the Europeans assisted them because they gave them the Europeans something.
They signed a kind of treaty with Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
They are allies.
But not out of the goodness of the heart of the Portuguese to do that, because they were giving the Portuguese something, isn't it?
Well,
to Nigeria, we were selling ivory, cotton, tobacco to Portuguese. We're not selling human.
Peace. Hold on. So, look, let me tell you. Ebony King resisted the British. What did they do for him? They destroyed his kingdom, captured him, took him to jail, prison where he died. That is what those colonial criminals, that is what they represent when you don't cooperate with them. You understand?
Yep.
Benin Kingdom used to have a wall around it. A wall, a fortified wall that there's no way you can come into that kingdom that it's not possible for an intruder to come in or anybody to wage war. Come in with, a wage war against them is not easy. But the British did. They were resisted, they were pushed back, and they went to re-strategize, came back to destroy the kingdom. That is who they were back then. It's either you surrender to them or they destroy your kingdom. Some of these kings learned a lesson from what happened to their neighboring kingdom. Or you see, back then, those kingdoms have a way of sharing information with each other. With they have a way of getting information on what happened to another kingdom, what this colonial criminal did to them, how they destroyed it. So, and they had a lot of dangerous weapons that we didn't have back then. So you can see away. So in order for some of these kings to protect their kingdom, they form a working alliance with them. You can a kind of working alliance and a kind of a surrender to them while they are still surrender to the colonial criminal while you still remain as king, and you let them do whatever they want to do. Using you, the king, against your own people. So look. So it's when you benefited economically to build your country, to improve to expand your economic well-being and the economy of your kingdom. That is when you can pay. We didn't benefit that. It was
but look, Ajanle Koko, the
Yes.
way reparation works is that you go in front of a body to make your case, right? You just don't do it by fiat and say, okay, pay me reparations.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I'm not against any process that somebody's gonna come forward and make their case, right? Give them due process, let them make their case. If they win, that's fine. If they cannot establish it, then they don't get it. It's like here in the United States. The case is there to be made. It hasn't been made yet. But if you go in front of the courts and you make the case and you win, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't win, then you don't win. Do you see what I'm saying? So you cannot be against the process, right? If they obviously it was a grievous evil, and somebody did it.
Notion that we have to pay. You understand what I'm saying?
No, so that again. What did you say?
I'm against that notion that we,
the Africans, have to.
The Africans have to.
Because no, but are you going to be against it if they make the case? I want you to answer me this question. Let's say they go in front of a court and they're able to establish there was complicity, right? And they win. Are you going to be against it if there was harm done to them by anybody?
That's why I asked that question earlier, because now you have to sue a country now, because those empires don't exist in that sense anymore. So if you're suing a country that now has that old empire, so they have to figure out a way to make that case in court. It's going to be very hard to win that, but it's possible.
I know, but if they don't have local standi, right? If they go to court and they sue the wrong party, then the courts are going to toss it out. What I'm saying is that you cannot prejudge it because we don't have all the information. We don't have.
You can't ask me to help you defeat. Like if you want to sue me for something, then you're asking me to help you beat me. Like I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but it's still me suing. It's still I am the Black Americans. All right, okay. I'm part of that African.
But the person suing, the person suing, like the case in point, the guy that came up earlier does not see it that way. He sees it as different.
It doesn't matter. That's what I was saying. That you cannot because a Black American took your girlfriend, right? Then on a big topic like this, you go on a chat room and you have certain wayward Black Americans competing with us. It's something like South Africans. Okay, South Africa, we help South Africans. But you go on a platform and they don't know that a lot of these young people don't know that Nigerians help them. And they're killing us. They're killing us in South Africa.
This guy is saying that is going to sue our country. See,
but you cannot do things like that. We're one. We're still one.
I think that by the time it comes to suing, there's already been a failure. Let me just leave the point I'm making. My point is just 15 seconds. We in Africa have to make amends. We have to exercise this grave sin that our forefathers have actually committed. And I think it's a good thing because it will allow us to establish relationships. And we have to figure it out. If it comes to suing, then we boo-booed it. We messed up.
Sorry for that. Earlier on I came up and I asked Knock the question. And he said, no, it's not the country that's going to sue. He wants to sue specific kingdoms. And I said, and I use the Oyo Empire as a reference. That now falls under Oyo State, right? But now he wants to sue a country that not everybody was involved in slavery. So
I don't think it should be done by nations. It should be done regional, like West
so I
African
think
region
the
and
man
the
needs to
East
get
African region.
the man needs to get his fact. He needs to get his story straight before he starts making an argument.
But
It's
that
too
depends
big.
on it.
It's too big.
It
You can't
depends
have
on
one
law.
country take care of it. It's
It
the
depends on
entire region.
international law, right? It depends on law. If they have local standard to sue, right? This is where you have to be open-minded about this. If they have the right to sue, then there'll be a court, there'll be a jurisdiction. Those decisions will be made in the courts where they have the expertise to. You cannot prejudge it because you don't have that expertise, right?
Listen.
To Niger. Listen, when it comes to reparation or paying black people back, it become a problem. But when they're paying the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Britons, it was not a problem. There's details. Even Macron, the former president of the former prime minister of America, of England, his father got paid. It is as that figure was there. That's a generational wealth from the Caribbean. Hold on, please. They all got paid. At that time, Japan was paid $1 billion. The first payment they made. Do you know when? So we just keep talking about reparation. We speak English and that. When it comes to Africa, then there's no record. But when it comes to them, there's record intact. Well tailored, well checked. Why is it so?
Exactly. And the Chinese who were put in camps during World War II here in the United States, all of them they get compensated now. Slavery was the most evil. And I don't care if my family was a part of it. If these guys could go to court, now I'm not saying for somebody to say, hey, pay me, you pay them. No, there has to be a judicial process, right? It has to go according to the laws of the land. If there's an avenue for them to seek justice, why would anybody be against that? I don't understand. Why would you be against it? Don't be jingoistic or say, okay, you're tribal. These are our people, right? These are Black Americans are our people. But it's bigger than our people. It's the point is that where there's an injustice anywhere, it's an injustice everywhere, according to Martin Luther King. Yeah.
The issue is this. How do you want to speak? How do you want to sue? Or you are laughing when the territory of Oyalaafin back then extended up to Republic of Benin. They have been taken away from it today.
And right. That's a decision that we made at the courts. They have to prove each element of their case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your question is a valid one.
If you want to fight a battle, you have to fight it logically. That can that you logically to achieve a meaningful result for you.
Right, so, but that's a weakness in their case, right?
Okay, let me ask Ajahn Lekoko this though. Ajahn Lekoko, do you think something should be done to recognize what has happened, not only symbolically, but something physically, like something that is instrumental?
That cannot involve the court. Is my point. It's something.
Yeah, it should never involve the court. If it gets to the court,
once you bring the court, people become defensive. Just natural.
Yeah,
like, okay,
that's the failure. If it gets to court, that's the failure.
That's the only way it could be done. You cannot do it any other way.
No, you can't go to court. You can't go to court. It has to be something African.
You can't tell. You can't tell me we are one, then sue me at the same time.
Exactly.
No, why not?
Especially on such a sensitive matter.
Listen to this.
The devil that came to our territory to conquer us is the one that should be held responsible. We didn't invite them.
Exactly. And they are making a case that they're gonna sue those people as well, right? Which I support.
No, we can join forces. I think if let's say Africa was joining forces with African Americans for reparation, I think they probably would have gotten it now.
Yes.
Because if an entire continent puts head together with
we are Africa is joining it.
Abiola was trying to lead that fight.
Right.
In the 80s.
How do you know that?
And so some people, that was what one of the reasons why they didn't want him to
is there any evidence of this? It's interesting to actually share it, because African Americans, I'm not sure African Americans are aware of this.
No. Well, maybe African Americans of today were not aware, but Abiola was making that statement publicly back then. And even yes.
Okay, tonight I want to ask you a question, and Janle Koko, I would also ask you this question. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Are you saying that if Nigeria, for example, Nigerians did something wrong, right? Let's say they participate in the slave trade. I still think that's the weakest part of their case. Those looking for reparations, I believe the reparations should go to the usual source.
Give me a second. The MKO story. I have a link for forefathers. Actually, MKO championed repatriation. So
repatriation in America here.
Coming from Boston University.
In America here.
I put the link in the for you to read there. Forefathers. Go ahead.
No wonder they didn't like him. If he did that,
and
I can't see the link. Babati. Okay, I've seen it now.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Pastor. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was saying, if our country did something wrong long ago, it's still patriotic for us to say, "Hey, look, you did something wrong." Patriotism is not the love of the army or the president or whatever. It's the love of us, our people. So don't be, be a good ambassador, like I concluded earlier in my first time I spoke. If we did something wrong, we have to own up to it. So there's allegation that our people in the past participated in the slave trade. Now it's a case to be made. They have to make the case. You have to prove your case by preponderance of evidence this time, not up to the other higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. So if they could make their case beyond, with the preponderance of the evidence, that it's more than likely that they participated, they should be compensated for it. That is a civil way of looking at things. You cannot be mad in us against them because somebody's asking for justice. So as long as they have due process and they are accorded.
My God! Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
This what I'm reading here? I didn't know this history at all.
Look, a lot of
because we don't discuss all these things. We've done a bad job of
call me Brian. Are you seeing this?
Yes. We don't educate our
hold on. Let me ask the African Americans so that they hold on, please.
Oh, yeah, show it to you.
See, are you guys seeing this? Call me Brian and devastating for you. That
I'm reading it.
This is some crazy stuff. I didn't know this at all. That this guy was running to become president of Nigeria, and this is what he was championing.
It's the same reason the gang. So once you are pro Africa, you are pro these things, they come after you from the West. Once you are pro repatriation,
wow, I am dumbfounded. I didn't know this is how.
So when someone says something here, then that cow there, the gorilla, they will say, go and bring proof. I don't need to start bringing proof. If he doesn't want to go into research and do
the war peace, calm down now with this. You don't stop firing.
Yeah, let me tell you another one. Do you know the struggle going on between Bini Atifat and the West? Have you ever took your time to do research? What's going on? What's going on?
This is mind-boggling. I wish Nakmizi was here because he likes to think that nobody tried.
He was typing in the chat a minute ago.
Guys, by the way, go listen to the speech of Abiola when he was campaigning. It's a manifesto. If you have time, it's about 30 minutes long. Just Google it. You will see him detail everything about the African. It was well detailed. And
this stuff could have led to him being denied that thing alone. This is dangerous. One of the most powerful country in Africa championing this cause. You can see why some powers would not like that at all. I can see it.
So Nigeria did not start from Abiola. Go and check in the first 77 how the Aboriginal was pushing Basejo to intervene for the Aboriginal in Australia. Do you know about that?
No, I didn't.
They frustrated on that.
Oh my God, Basejo was getting involved in the Australian one too.
Do you know what Tafawa Balewa was taking out? Go and check his UN speech. Go and check his UN speech. What he made. The Aboriginal started from Tafawa Balewa.
Wow.
By the way, to Niger, you could see when you read that preview, right? Especially the last few sentences. There's no difference between what I'm saying here tonight and what Abiola apparently said, right? You could see that I'm calling for solidarity between African Americans and Africans who are one people.
Yeah,
you could see that rather than smart
sorry
that.
to get you. I'm sorry. This is an article from New York Times in December 24, 1990. Can you pull it up? The last article.
Okay, and that goes to the point that I'm making, and then all these people, they're not listening. They are assaulting me. Saw that boy call me a gorilla and all that stuff. I have sons older than him, right? But now he comes here and
you cannot have a son older than me. You don't have a son of 50 years old. If you have a son of 50 years, that means you are Methuselah.
What kind of name is that? You are world peace. You are
now war.
Constantly. He would rest it go. And he's working world peace. I think this thing is not letting me view this.
Yeah, page. Don't pay New York Times just to read one article. I'm telling you.
That's just the title.
I hate those.
They don't let anything go.
Just refresh the page and come down. You can actually see.
You try, but I think they always catch you. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, they catch you with the older articles. Yeah.
So if you Google this thing, you will see even from the 60s, 70s, you will see.
Yeah, you should be able to find another source though.
Yes.
Let me. Yeah. But I have I have the code to I have the access to read it anyways. But okay, let me find the film. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I really am astounded by this part of it because I didn't know this was how. I've always said that Nigerians act more Pan-African. We act it while others talk it.
But we get it. That's the point.
Let me give you another information of what Abiola did. Abiola was not only just talking. He was making a very strong move, trying to unite the African Americans and Africa, particularly with Nigerians. He has penetrated the African American leaders like what's the name of that?
Jesse Jackson or Al Franklin?
Yeah. The other civil rights. Al Sharpton. Yeah. And when they launched this when they came with that name African American, when they launched that at the inaugural speech, in his inaugural speech of the launching of African American, because they used to call the African American Black American. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
No, it was Negro. It was Negro and colored people actually.
Yes. So color people.
Yeah, it was Negro and color people, but in the 70s it was Black American.
Color people. So when they came with this idea that African American, that will further unite the African American with African people.
I made that point earlier too. So how come you don't say, hey, Hansat, you hold the same views as Abiola, you are right. Why aren't you surprised about that and to really help push it? Instead of talking about that history, talk about it in the future. How do we make that come to reality?
Let me land. So to further push for this unity and this reparation issue, Abiola donated $1 million as far as back then.
Wow.
Yes, $1 million. That was what he donated, to.
Hi, that could have done him in, That is enough to do him in.
And not only that, he already had a lot of African leaders as his friend.
I'm proud. I'm very proud of this revelation.
I'm astounded. My mouth is open here.
That if they had allowed him to be president of Nigeria, the whole of African leaders will have united around him to push for that reparation, and we will have got it. They saw it. They knew. They saw what he has done. All African leaders were looking up to him, that this man, yes, let him be president.
He would have made an impact. Everyone.
And back then, Nigeria, foreign, how do I say, the foreign diplomacy, our international diplomacy was very, very strong back then. We had the control of Africa. There's nothing that United States want to do in Africa in terms of international diplomacy that they will not consult Nigeria first. Nigeria had the entire African state under her armpit. It's where Nigeria is going on international diplomacy. They follow Nigeria. So they saw that look, this guy, we got this thing, and they will pay a hell of money that it never been recorded as reparation in this world. They will pay it to African American. They don't want it to happen because African American
was so unlucky.
African American built
to Nigeria.
The reason why I consider it unlucky, because the timing, the environment was so hostile to him. Because if you look at, that was when the Soviet Union fell, during that period.
That 87 to 90?
In 91, that's when the Soviet Union actually collapsed, but it was very, very close. So during that period, it was a unipolar world. The West was extremely powerful then. And in 1993, that's when they canceled the election. So you can see, they were not in any mood for this at that time. And
I was going to say, when they pulled, perhaps, of course, the FBI or the CIA rather, when they pulled the profile on Abiola, they probably saw everything about him, and it's in the archive. And Clinton was not interested in trying to fight for the release of Abiola at all. America could have done something about it, but it didn't. They just let him rot and die in jail. So perhaps his push for Pan-Africanism and all this reparation stuff led to his death, really.
Yeah, because that is real money that we are talking about, and that because the reparation is not 2 billion, it's not 10 billion, it's a lot of money.
Forefathers, I put another article on the comment.
Yeah, I'm gathering it.
Can you please just please look at the third chapter, the third just look at the first, what do you call it?
Paragraph.
Are you still driving? Are you still driving?
Look at the third there. Can you please
somebody has the blinker on?
World Peace. He's probably
World Peace. I'm taking my daughter to her friend's
Okay,
place.
World Peace. You know what? I'll put you backstage. This is not healthy. What you are doing? Okay.
Can you
when you get back, just put it on your private chat so that I will bring you back on, because it's not safe now. I can't. It's just not nice. We have to be responsible.
Can you put the third paragraph up, because I want to read something there. It's very important.
Okay, let me pull that up.
The last thing it's called Global Africa from abolitionist to reparation. Just is very important. I want to. Can you come down a little bit on that article?
Okay, let's see.
No. Go up. It's a very small.
How do I see the paragraph? Okay.
So you see where it says, but there's on the side of Chief Abiola's concern. This is the crisis of reparation to be paid to Black Americans for hundreds of years of enslavement, exploitation, and degradation. Why are you always getting an extract of what I can read? I have access to these things. You don't. Okay, no, don't worry. Go ahead. What is wrong with your own computer?
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to somebody?
You can't see the whole thing that I'm seeing from my side.
Okay.
I think I have login access to some of these things. So
okay. But I'm seeing, I can see the area where it is saying Africa has experienced triple heritage of slavery,
The
indigenous,
one before,
Islamic, and West. Oh, that is quite interesting the way they
the one,
put it.
no. Look at the second one and the second and third. You
Okay,
see,
second and third.
yeah.
Yeah, but there is another side to Chief Abiola's concerns. This is the crusade of reparations to be paid to black people for hundreds of years of enslavement, exploitation, and degradation. That is quite as I didn't. Why is it that we in Nigeria never spoke about this?
Well, because we don't. I mean, it is what it is. So.
They don't teach you guys history in the school. They don't.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just fight over nonsense politics. You never engage in some important historical issue like this. So it's unfortunate, but glad we are discussing.
Send me your email for that, so that I can send you like a raw copy of all these articles. I think you don't have it.
Let me get it. Let me get my email. I tell you today, I've learned quite a lot today. I must say.
Don't send it to him, but forefather will be going around the world, be bragging that.
What's wrong with you?
If you have this access to, you can read all these articles from all these university libraries that talk about even Sumbuarido, the Gede Empire of the Jebu civilization. You have access to all these documents that you can read from the Portuguese archives. So if you just pay for it, you have access to read all these things. So, but that's the difference. But send me an email. I'll send you all this.
Yeah, I've sent the email. It's on the private chat. Okay. It's astounding that even within Nigeria, we think the reason why maybe Abiola was, had all this problem is Northerners are doing this one is doing that one. But this may be more of the issue, because if you look at it, it's real money we are talking about here. This is no chicken change. We are talking about real money.
By the way, did you see the? I sent you a YouTube link right now. If you just listen to what he had to say about his plans for Nigeria. There was no way if you.
They knew that man will have transformed.
His plan for Nigeria was very, very socialist in nature, but it was also to embrace the Pan-Africanist ideology of bringing black people back to Africa and building that superpower on the African continent. That was his plan. He wasn't looking forward to investing from foreign investment. He didn't care about foreign investment. Building Africa with Africans across. That was his plan.
Yes,
I see.
So there was no way.
Let me add this one.
It will have made Africa great again.
Make Africa great again. That's nice. MAGA.
Yeah, this is part of the problem right here. As you can see, this is dated just a couple of weeks ago, and this school board, as you can see right here, it's out of St. Charles County, Missouri. So if you have a map of the United States, just look for the Mississippi River and just go put a dot in the middle, and that would be St. Louis area. So this is right outside of the St. Louis area. And 5 of the white school board members voted to take Black history and Black literature out of the entire curriculum for the entire school.
Wow.
And Black History Month is next month, February. So they're not gonna be teaching Black history just next month. Now, this just happened to make the news or media, but this is happening in schools across America as we speak, and has been for quite some time. So just bear with us if we're not up to speed on the history.
That's African history suppression. How do we call
it?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That's basically what's happening now. And because I didn't know this, it's crazy. There are so many things I'm discovering, and we're all discovering.
What was the reason why they're trying to remove Black history from the school?
There some of the undocumented responses were kind of vague. It wasn't a real a concise vote on it, but they were basically playing to the sensitivity of I guess humanity. I mean, that's basically what they imply.
For you, can I ask a quick question real quick for you? So how do you feel about states that are trying to change the narrative of slavery, referring to slave trade as some kind of
benefit.
Yeah, how do you feel about, like, I think it's like about, I think, is it Texas talking about no slavery? So they were like unforced migrants, or using a different word to change the word slavery. How do you feel about that as a Black American now?
Right, I think you were talking about the guy that said it was a benefit. They learned skills like a trade school. Yeah. That's all rubbish. Once again, more politics talk. That's basically trying to cover up and let the colonials, the British Empire, the Portuguese.
I mean, like,
and Dutch off the hook.
if you have somebody running for office talking about civil war wasn't even about slavery, that is troublesome. If you're running for the of the land, I don't even know that's what happened, or you denying it because of some vote of some rednecks.
Yes,
that's baffling.
Yes, and we're in the election year right now, so we have president coming up in November. So we got governors. So we're going to see more of this rhetoric, with the specific reparations talk, critical race theory, and all of these are going to come up, from now through November. So stay tuned for more of this narrative coming down the pipe.
It's going to be quite an interesting period that we have ahead, because there's a lot of unraveling that is going on, and I've experienced some of them today that I didn't know about. See, fellow Nigerians, see, when Abiola's case, issue was going on, all we knew was on a micro level. On a national level, we didn't know some of the tools he stepped on an international or geopolitical level. Because if you think about it now, the money we are talking about in reparation is massive.
Yeah.
And that could be single-handedly one of the key reasons why they didn't support him.
Forget Nigeria. Do you know how much they love MK on the African continent? Forget Nigeria for a second. Do you know how big he was on the African continent?
I didn't know.
You have just trust me. He has citizens of half of the continent. They gave him citizenship of half of the country on African soil. It was that big. He was that big.
That guy, you have to give it to him. There's a way he operated that you can't put your hands on it. But I think somewhere along the line, he became too big for them to control, and that is why they stopped him.
Remember when OBJ went to Kenya talking about MK is not the savior? He was out of jealousy now, because he went there and MK was bigger than him, and it was the former president. It was the former state. They knew MK even more than OBJ at the time. It was bigger. It was bigger than life.
MKO, he has to have still. I always ask myself, why did he stick it so long? Because if he was so easy, corrupted, and all the rest, why did he stick it so long? Why did he hold on until the very end? He didn't cave in.
You see, the problem is like he was too blunt. He was too open with his beliefs. And sometimes you have to play smart, not reveal your true intention. But him, he's he's an Igba man, so he's very open with he's a very open person.
But you said it first. I was going to tell you about
that. Was
his family, you know that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't keep secret that much. It's very open, too open for his own.
I think that if it happened now, he might stand a chance of actually fulfilling because now the world is a bit different from the way it was at that time. That time, the people he was trying to get reparation from were literally gods on earth. And they were the ones.
Once again, this guy was discussing free education, free health. But just go watch that. It was, I think, 1992. Go just watch it. You're like, what the fuck? What is this guy talking about? It was like, this is the Nigeria we want.
The way to keep somebody's legacy alive, right, is to look at those who are now contemporarily pushing the same thing he was pushing. Somebody such as myself, there isn't one thing that you found in that document that I didn't espouse tonight, right? So you need to help join hands and then push that kind of legacy forward. I'm glad they brought these things forward, because there's been a lot from the Southwest that deepened our democracy, our fairness. But what they've done lately is to swerve away from all that and then degenerate. And that's why we're having a problem. Somebody like Abiola, he was not a saint, obviously. But on this particular issue, he had the mind to look big at resolving some of the issues that's tackling the African man, the black man. Somebody like that. That's what you have to push, that kind of legacy. He was big in sports. Not just that. There are so many virtues to him. And then if they're going to replace him with somebody else, it has to be somebody even bigger than that. So that's why, for example, this kid that's insulting me here, which you let him insult me and you remove him for frivolous reason, right? But the main reason why you should have removed him, he says that his people, remember, the small tribe, it's a minority, a small enclave, right? They say they discovered Lagos. They own Lagos. All right. Let me ask, Ajan, are you still here? Did Edo discover? Did they own Lagos?
Seriously, are we going to go into that?
No, I'm just saying. It's like,
Bastard, what is this now? Eh?
All right, okay. All right.
Lining them up.
I wanna take advantage of him not being here because he can't get a watch in if he's here. But go ahead. It's okay.
Nobody needs all that now. I think we need to.
I was being facetious on that.
Tonight.
No, I don't know, man. I think we need to be rounding up for today. I think I've had enough of revelations today to last me quite a while. This show, I didn't expect this, but I discovered quite a lot of things that I didn't expect today. All of them are positive.
Sunaja post the Thomas Sankara this thing Paris chat. Did you get it?
Is that the video? Okay, videos. Okay, there are two videos. So the first or second one. Oh, both of them are
the first one. Just to kill the argument you guys were saying earlier about the African leaders doing engage the diaspora. The thing you have to understand, just like you just broke down to you, those ones they silence them or they don't put them front for you to know about them. You know, just like they reveal MKO to you right now, you're shocked. If you guys were saying earlier, and I was just laughing, like African head of states don't engage the Black American community. And I just posted that video with Thomas Sankara in the 80s. When he came to the UN, he refused to go to the White House. He went to black neighborhood in Harlem, New York, to address them. And he's telling them that all these fake head of state are going to the White House. He said, my White House is in Harlem. He said, my White House is in the black Harlem. So I'm trying to tell you that the leaders like that, they silence them. They don't. It's not like Africa. It's not like we never had. So then that's unfortunately many African Americans and diaspora don't know about those kind of people. They just wonder like, why do African leaders don't engage them? But it's not the case. The real ones, real leader that's not pro-West, they do those kind of things. You know. Well, I'm someone like Obasanjo is the puppet of the West now. Obasanjo is the puppet of America now. So
that clown.
Him and Babangida, they are completely. They are the one that pulled Nigeria to America.
What piece is back?
Do you know what's funny? They both went to the same high school. They were almost like classmates, if I believe. OBJ and MQ. They were in the same set. They were in the same set. You didn't know that. They were high school. Yeah, they went to the same high school now. So imagine one being terrible and one being, it's that's life, man.
And all these leaders that we have that are so brave, they tend to be the ones that fall on the wayside.
Play that Sankara speech. Make you hear. You say go unless you don't see
19 minutes long now. It's 19 minutes.
Oh no, just for the no, it's only the first part, just like 1 minute, the first 1 minute or so.
Okay, first 1 minute or so. Okay, let me see if I can play it and as loud as possible. All right, let me bring it back on. All right.
Madame Président, l'audience est prête.
It's in a black American neighborhood in New York.
L'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme, le racisme, le fantonchisme, gloire, dignité, pouvoir, La patrie ou la mort. La patrie ou la mort. Merci, camarades. Je ne serai pas long. I'm not going to be long. Parce que ceux qui m'ont précédé ici ont dit ce que doit être la révolution. Because those who were here first have defined what the revolution should be. La camarade membre du comité central a bien expliqué ce que doit être la révolution et ce que doit être notre engagement. The comrade from the central committee of the AAPRP have explained what revolution should be and what should be our engagement. Le camarade révérend a dit en des termes très ironiques ce que doit être la révolution. The comrade reverend, very ironically, has defined what revolution should be. Les camarades des autres régions du continent et hors du continent ont expliqué aussi ce que doit être la révolution. The other comrades from different continents have also explained what revolution should be. Les chanteurs, les danseurs, les musiciens ont dit ce que doit être la révolution. The singers, the dancers, the musicians have also expressed themselves on what revolution should be. All right. Ce qu'il nous reste à faire, c'est faire la révolution. What we have to do now is to make revolution. Tout à l'heure, lorsque j'ai vu ce ballet, j'ai senti que nous étions effectivement en Afrique. A few minutes ago, when I saw this ballet, I knew I was in Africa.
You know what? I really think that is that the reason why maybe African leaders could they be operating on a down low because they know this is the repercussion.
They live in fear.
Sankara was assassinated that same year now. I think is that a year or year after?
To Nigeria, the African leaders we have right now are milk toast leaders. Back then, in the time of Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, those were different people. They have a different mentality. They were not so much into greed or wealth of the nation. They wanted to really help the nation, help the people.
Sankara was a later generation. It wasn't Nkrumah time. Sankara was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the point I'm making is that could all these examples of leaders that try to, especially to reach out to African Americans in a relatively big way, and they don't end up very well, could that be the reason why African leaders now are doing? Could they be doing it on a down low and we don't just know?
You can't blame this present day African leaders. These ones that we just mentioned, when the guy assassinated, even the African people forget about them. The people that died, go to on the street of Africa, mention Thomas Sankara. Nobody will know him. If you mention Mandela, everybody, yeah, Mandela. It's only who the white people tell us are heroes that we know. It's who they tell us that we all shout Mandela. When Mandela was, Mandela is nowhere near these guys now. Mandela sold South Africa to the whites. He didn't do it. He's not a hero. But they just sold him to us. So we will say Mandela is the real African hero. When the real ones like Sankara, Patrice, they don't talk about them. If it wasn't the internet age, soon I just stopped lying. Before internet came out, when everybody started talking all these things, you didn't know these guys. You only knew Mandela.
I agree with you. I didn't know Sankara.
You only knew Mandela. Exactly. The only name we all grew up, they were shoving in our throats. The only name they shoving in our throat was Mandela. They didn't tell us anything about Sankara or Lumumba.
Well, this knowledge is supposed to come from us. You don't expect your oppressors to tell you about your history and to tell us.
It's unfortunate.
But the people that are telling the story, they are being popped up. If you tell the story too much, too accurately, they will knock you off from office. That's the problem. That's why they tend to start conceding ground. But I'm still thinking that maybe the strategy African leaders are following right now is slightly different. We don't necessarily know whether they are.
They don't have such strategies.
You don't have any strategic leader, man.
I'm just trying to check.
Those guys, they go straight to US submit, China submit, Russia submit. That's what they do.
Quick before you go ahead.
What strategy does the this guy from Gabon and Biya and Yadema. What strategy do they have for Africa? Seriously, after 40 years of ruling? Stop.
The French strategy. Whatever French
Let me add something quick. Forefathers, I'm going to put a link here about Awolowo talking about the same issue in 1945. So they had this conference of Pan-Africans in 1945.
Do you know that the Alaafin of Oyo was involved in the civil rights movement? He even set up his own wing of we had people, man.
When you are on African American, see, most of the time I've spoken to African Americans, I've not had any clear case where Nigerians have actually tried to reach out, but there are so many of them.
So it's called the Fifth Pan-African Conference, 1945, and they also had one in 1958, the African People's Congress. And Awolowo spoke about that issue. So I put the link there. It's a long discussion.
To Nigeria, please let me quickly reply to that guy on the comment section. Where his name is Middle Peace. Middle Peace. The antiquity is Benin. Is for Benin. For Benin, I mean, it's been returned to the Benin Kingdom, not to Nigeria. It has even been gazetted by the last president that all the antiquity will come back to. All the artifact will come back to Benin. So just like Nigeria, they didn't take it from Nigeria; they took it from the Upper Palace in Benin. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you guys I think my head is going to ache at this rate.
You see, when you start running your mouth, reason why people like me get mad is because you always think you already know things. Just talk. Like you just laugh at you.
We have a better platform than your other show. This is the best platform that you can ever come to. Can you confess that right now?
What kind of talk is that? Is it?
Can people in your doctor damages, can they come up with all this knowledge you give you? Those ones just sit there, they all be saying the same thing. Hey, Nigeria bad, dude. Nigeria bad, dude. That's what they say all day.
I call it bad. Nigeria, there's something you did I didn't like. That link that guy posted about you see the errors, all the errors, but you didn't point it out. This is how our brother in the West think we are not serious. Since Africa started asking for many things, we started having different histories coming out there. The white people started writing other histories for us. Since the Benin started asking for their artifact back, we started hearing different stories about the Benin. Even the recent one here, when Germans said they're going to return 1,200 artifacts, suddenly people started writing from the West, oh, we were selling slaves, we were buying with caste. And that fell in their face. In their faces, I mean. That link, that paper is showing that Benin, the Benins, the Hausas, the Hausas and other northern people are in Bight of Benin. How can that be possible?
Oh no! They were not in Bight of Benin. And Bight of Benin doesn't belong to Biafra.
Not Biafra now. They grouped it. There's the people under Bight of Benin. There are people under Bight of Biafra, and some people under whatever other Bight.
Yeah, let me check it out again.
That guy, just Brian, that black American guy. The guy, he does it like go Google African stuff.
Well, see, Bight of Benin, you can have outside book come from there because Hausas are taking from
No, it's wrong.
Quara and get to Bight of
Benin. No, it's wrong. Bight of Benin. No, Quara can never come from Bight of Benin. Bight of Benin is from Calabar. That's Benin, Calabar to Lagos to Dahomey. There's nothing with desert people. If you send River Niger, that we can hear. Then you
no. I think you see this one on its separate. This thing I was reading. I actually know of links between the North, Quara, and the
Niger, you are educated in law. To Niger, there's nothing concerning Bight of Benin and Quara. Quara is internal state.
But oh no, you are not understanding. They transport slaves from the north to the south. They do.
I get you. Transportation is different. See, listen, transportation is different. They grouped the people in the section at the time as 17th century. There was no republic. The republic then, our nation, empires then is being grouped. Everybody that control that area, like the Mediterranean at that time. For example, this country that fell the Byzantine, how it's called it, Constantinople was controlling the Mediterranean. Then when it fell to Mehmed,
The time of Constantinople is a long time ago. This time, see, let me
listen now. You hold on now. I'm getting there. That's what not too long ago, but just for early 15th century. Now he said 17th century. At 17th century, there's no republic. We have Bite as republic. People as empire. Every empire controls the riverine area is being named after that Bite. You understand? Now you see that how it is. Now you cannot the transportation. If you are saying people were being transported, the Yorubas, the Benin, the people are being transported from the Bite of Benin, that will make sense. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot transport the northern and eastern people. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Funny enough, the names they use were not existing at that time.
No, but there's no Constantinople, there is Bite of Benin that we put there and a Bite of Biafra.
Listen, that's what I'm telling you. See, listen, just hold on. Bite of Benin, you see, it's the outside people there, there's the northern people there, the names. The Bite of Biafra, you see the Benins and the whatever Yorubas. I don't know where I cannot look at it right now. I'm using my phone. But what I'm telling you, that one of Bite of Benin is completely wrong and false. What information they're trying to sell there? Huh?
You think so? That Bite of Benin is false?
Yes.
I don't know why it's making false.
Call out the names. Call out the names. Call out the names.
I can see Bite of Benin. It says Chamba, Mina, Fon, Arada, Hausa, Nago, Yoruba. So let me say what I know. Hold on. Let me say what I know about this. What I know about this is that during that period, I read that the Northerners and other traders from the north, they were the ones that first started calling Yorubas as a Yoruba people. That they were the ones that first started using that term to generalize the people in that region. So, and that they were having contact for slave trade and other things that they were selling during that time. So I wouldn't be surprised that from the north you get this type of people, this Bet of Benin, people, them appearing in Bet of Benin because they had contact with the Yorubas.
See, what your point you're making is not connecting. Listen, the word Yorubas were used for your people, and it was not even existent in Jakarta. Brought it up in the 18th century here, early 19th century. So that paper space has an error. That's 17th century. 17th century, Igbos were not called Igbos. In 17th century, you cannot call us Edo. Edo is a language. Any Edo man outside is called Benin, and what we speak is Edo. It's wrong. Hausa is not a tribe; it's a language. And then you say Kanuri or Gedema or TF, but you're saying Hausa. It's wrong. That is a cook. Whoever write it up, mix it up. It's not adding up.
See, look at this. This is etymology of the word Yoruba. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it says that the oldest known textual reference to the name Yoruba is found in an essay.
Can we not use WikiLeaks as because it's not scholarly?
We're using WikiLeaks. This is why we blame ourselves for. This is why we blame ourselves for.
We can't just disregard it completely.
No. See, if it's a bit this year that we scrutinize it, that's why it's wrong. No. Now we accept this. Anybody just bring it up, we just swallow it. This article is wrong. It's fallacious. You can see the errors, clear
then why
errors.
Don't you change it then if it's wrong?
It's not why I can go to Google and create something like that and give you with a link. This is what I'm telling you. It's not there. If you not only see every ship that left Africa or shores of any port, they're selling slaves. We're not sold to live just in one particular spot now. Sometimes he bet in Brazil, he bet in West Indies, and he bet in Louisiana. All the names are there. You go and compare, you see it all tally. Ships leave from port. Listen, the ship manifest you see is from port, not people. Then you get a list of people that you see Badagry, you see Focado is Escavos, you see Badagry, you see Oyo, you see Gold Coast, you see Dahomey, or whatever they call Dahomey at that time. That was the port they were living for. Then Lagos, they call at that time. Go to the slave archives. Just go to the slave archives. Then if each of slave archives has name, then you see their first name or just a single name, just to manifest the slaves they have. So what's this one like? Oh, Bite of Biafra. And I told you, there was something like Biafra until 1844 when they seized that area to Portuguese. It's Mafra. The word Biafra just came in recently. So that thing is a lie. There's no way you can have Bight of Biafra in 17th century. It's a lie.
How do you know this? Okay, this is 17 to 18. This thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it's worth checking. Let me confirm it, because I think you may have a point if it is accurate. Bight of Biafra. I will see what I can find. Bight of Biafra. Okay, Bight of Biafra actually. So I didn't spell that correctly at first. Let me correct my spelling there. And because it's worth checking some of all these facts, so we are all on the same page.
So Bight of Biafra is under. It should be the other way around. Like Bight of Benin should be Edo, not under Biafra.
Yeah, I'm checking that out Benin now. Reference 18 from 18 onward and slave. The Bight of Biafra has long associated with slavery. It's known as the Slave Coast. Okay, it's also been known as the Slave Coast. So maybe from what they are saying, the term seems to have existed, estimated from.
The term that I just said, Cameroon was a slave coast for Portuguese. It was Mafra. But Mafra is a state in Portugal. Go check it out. So
Yeah.
study session. It was that was a Cameroonian Portuguese housing. Portuguese have a colony. They have that Mafra. They have Satoma Principe. They have Angola. We had embassy in Angola and Portugal. Go check it out. It's out there in the 15th centuries. We were allied. So when people come out and say things, it's very easy to fall on their face when they're telling lies. There was something like in the 17th century.
What this guy is saying, not only is it irrelevant, I'm not taking his word over things that are documented way before.
I don't talk to dumb people. They say Bight of Biafra just like in the 18th century. I can live in the 17th century.
He hasn't
It's not like
cited
Bight of Biafra.
He won't let me talk, right? He's been talking the whole time.
I don't talk to cowards. You not the followers. You say you are smart, you don't know nothing. You are following Samuel Ekpa. I say you are smart.
He doesn't have
I live here. Who don't call person to this platform? It's too low. His IQ is too low for this platform.
Mute him for a minute, because I listened to him talking about something that's
I need to listen to you.
Can you bring the last link up, forefathers, to buttress the point, please? The very last link.
Yeah. Hold on. I just need to share this one from when they first. They also said that Bight of Benin. This is from February 1852. The British established the Bight of Benin British Protectorate. So they could have named it before they actually took over. It's like, Lagos existed before they took over.
Is he just pushing back on the Yoruba part or all of it?
No, I'm pushing back on the time arrangement, the name, the terms they're using. I'm not saying there's no slave trade, but to falsify it like this, to make it, I'm presenting a point, is wrong, and that make it arguable.
Can we say at that time? Point real quick, please. It was called Bight of Benin, actually. I think the person that put it. So can you put the last link up so that we can just move on from this?
Okay.
It's very important. So they can see the actual from the records of the slave. So they have their own list.
The last link, is it not Nigeria?
No. It's a screenshot of a page of a book. On there, so I couldn't put, because you don't have access to some of these things, so I have to go find that. If you can zoom in now, okay, so this is what it is. So it's Bight of Benin, but it still has Benin under it, and they still sold slaves from Benin. This is actually their own record. This is their own record. This does not mean
that's their own record. Yes, I agree with you. That was their own record. I agree with you.
This is so you can so if you look at their source, you have actual sources. So they have slave trade from. They even give you the times and stuff like that. So
wow, look at that. You see, it was accurate now. World peace. I hope you have peace.
No, it's not accurate. Listen. Listen. We always lie. Want to make. See, I said. Go even remember tell you. Forcados, Escravos was a slave port. Forcados in the
How long is he gonna talk now?
Hold on, not how long.
Mute him or remove him. He's not relevant.
You guys
are not relevant.
How long has he been talking? How long?
Just quiet.
Okay. One piece.
Just quiet. I was put in a backstage.
One piece. Come on. Let's be reasonable. Use 30 seconds to round up so that we really need to go. It's 10 hours already.
We need to go. If that clown not step on my tongue, I'll round up on time. See, Shakira is involved in slavery. I keep saying here, Benin did not involve in slavery, but Benin was like a federation. You can be in the north, you're part of Benin. So we cannot be vouching for person in the north not selling slave. But we Benin, our king, we did not sell slaves. That's why you cannot say Benin is in slavery. Benin sold out or Benin selling somebody. It's very easy. If we engage in slavery, you can make sure they are over at the name of the Oba and the time and the rate. Benin culture and tradition is very tailored and detailed. Right now, Arochukwu were selling their slave, and we're selling their slave to Focados. They'll carry their slaves, they'll bring it to Focados, other Calabar, or bring it to Focados. Then they have a port in, they have a slave port in Satome. They have in Lagos. Lagos home started in 17th century. When you say, hold on, let me clarify that point. When you said slave left from Bight of Benin, does not mean we saw slave. As the ship that took people away. The people were actually talking from Arochukwu, go and study about it.
I think from what I gather that there is some
can you
record
put,
that the Benin kingdom sell slaves.
Do me a favor. Do me one favor. Just to read one line. The last link I posted. Just to read something to War Peace. Just one line. Just to please, if you don't mind, the last link on the private chat. Because this is not weekly. This is scholarly article. This is so we know how valuable that is in research, right? Please.
You said who read the article?
No. I'm saying that I don't like using WikiLeaks as a source. So the last link I put there is a scholarly, well-researched article. So I want to just read one line to you.
Primary sourced material. That's what we need.
Yeah,
right?
please. Just one. Is it there? Can you put the link up?
The link? Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying
one line, please. It's very important. Okay, now zoom in. Yeah. Zoom in, please. Just click on it. One of the main economic props. Go up.
To the beginning.
Up. One of the main economic props of the pre-colonial Benin Kingdom was institution of what? Of slavery.
Right.
They did. In fact, it's there. It's just.
Hold on. You're talking about this thing. You're talking about my people, and there's so many articles out there, so many books out there. There's so many very valuable museum out there. Who now artifact? There's nothing to pay that we were selling king. If you say we were selling slave, the era and the king, we have a very tailored dynasty. The era, and we have a central system, that we're present in Nigeria now. The king takes decision. Which king?
Hold on, War Peace. Hold on, please. Look at who wrote the article. His name is Philip Igbafe. He's a Benin man. It's from your people. It's not like somebody from a It's a Benin man that wrote the thing.
Let's just ignore him, please. All this is irrelevant.
The man is from Benin.
The guy is not educated, all right? He's not scholarly. He's in Japan. He's in Japan, right?
No, the name is Philip Igbafe. Go read the book.
You made your point, but let's not give this guy any more credit. He doesn't have any credibility. He said that he discovered Lagos. Okay, I was asking you if you disagree that Benin did not discover or own Lagos. Why do you then give him credit when he's talking about my people? So you see. All the point is, guess what he's trying to make the point here about Arochukwu being involved in slave trade? Maybe they could have been involved in slave trade. Do you know how Arochukwu is, how far away it is from me? I'm an Igbo man. It's far away from Ichekiri that he's absorbing. It's next door to him, right? So if our people, no matter which tribe, no matter which clan, did something in the past, I can't protect them. If Arochukwu involved in slave trade, I want to know about it. It has nothing to do with anything. Why should I have a cover-up over something that important? Anyway, I have a date. I have to go. So good night, everybody. Thanks for
one thing I didn't see here clearly is that the article that I've not seen where it says whether they actually traded slaves. They have slaves, but in terms of trade,
the main economic prop. That's the very first line. What are you talking about? The main economic prop. What does that mean?
Economic problem. But it's the same thing for Europeans. It's still remain economic problem. It doesn't mean that Europeans were selling slaves, but they were buying it. You see the difference here. So it doesn't necessarily mean they are selling, because they, according to, I think World Peace has testified that they actually took slaves from Idigala people, if I'm not mistaken, and to come and work for them. So it might be that kind of process that is going on. It doesn't necessarily mean that they sold slaves. So that's something I need to confirm.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. If we saw slave, the guy that wrote this thing, or the white people that documented the information, it would be very easy. Like, oh, they believe I said this slave, this king, this king, this king, so slave, right? And the amount of people. But you can never see that kind of information till today. And one good thing, history, you cannot change history. Now, Baba T, you keep bringing, oh, Benin brought it. How many times have you bring other people history to corroborate this history? None. Not even from the Yoruba or the Igbos or the Portuguese.
I bought the link up for
No. But this is what you guys do I don't like. This is what you guys do I don't like. Now, if that thing goes further, you will say, oh, we are selling slaves. You think you guys cannot bring one king in Benin or selling slaves?
Are you enjoying this?
Oh my goodness.
No, you're wrong. You are better than this. You are better than this. It's wrong, man. Listen, if you want to talk about history, but tonight, give me these 2 seconds and let me jump out of this platform. I'm getting tired of this. If we want to get ourselves right, we'll start telling things the way it's supposed to be, not to try to drag other people into other stuff. But the fact some people so slave doesn't mean everybody's so slave. When that guy was telling you, oh, you people have to pay for slave, he said, no, not everybody's so slave. Then you remember, Baba, to remember that not everybody's so slave.
I didn't say, you didn't say that.
No. You said that everybody didn't say slave.
No. You said Yoruba had to pay, and I said it was.
Okay, yeah. You just said not everybody.
But the way reparations is done, it's not done by if everybody did it. No, it's not done that way.
I must say on this one, the pastor has got it right. Can we calm down? See, World Peace.
Okay, but let me point with
I think please calm down. You're like a war. You're like you're here for war. What is this World Peace?
Let's calm down.
No, I don't like when people. I don't like it when people want to make their point. When you Baba T, hold on, please. Hold on for you guys.
Okay. Oh my God. This is my point to you, sir. Please, respectfully, please. When the person earlier on said that Yoruba people so, and I said it's not everybody, and I said, okay, it was or your state, I was making a clear decision. My point to you with the Benin, obviously I'm not from there. If somebody does a research project in the 30s, and it has all these links, and it's well detailed, and it's a book, and the person that heads the research is from your tribe, of course, I can look into what that person has to say. Now, you're also from that place. You can debunk what that book is saying and give me your argument about it. That is me just reading about. You tell me how that thing is wrong.
Primary source material like you did. You provided a primary source material, and that's the way to tackle imbeciles.
Yeah, give me source. Give me this another debate. Don't say that I'm not.
Thank you all.
I am not attacking you.
Let me thank the people for coming in. Devastating for you. I really appreciate your time here. Devastating for you, Baba T, and War Peace. You are really hot, and I really respect your passion for this. And I will check that Benin stuff just to confirm. I really appreciate your passion. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure some of you have learned some things too. I think Prince Daddy, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate all your submissions today. Man, today I think it was a quality session. Even if he got rowdy now and again, but there's a lot of critical information that came out that I never had a clue about. So as a person, I think I've learned quite a bit today. Let me say some acknowledge the people in the chat. Madi Peace, as always, keep insulting me. You're welcome. Toga, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Tony Africa DPT, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. And that guy often, he tries to be balanced about stuff. Who else is on the chat there? Of course, Rasmoa. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry about that. But I see you there. Naknizi was there too, and he did donate. Who else is there? Mike, I see you there. Watson, I see you there too. And thank you all for coming in. And till next time, I don't know when I'm going to host on this channel again. It's almost very random. Till next time, bye.
All right.
What is this, man?
You can only see, but you can never. You can only see.
It means that